All right. Good evening, everybody. It is I, Professor Ramnus, here once again for the second time in a row. That's awesome. Love to see some day-to-day consistency. All right. I see Veginox in the chat. Oh, hey, Aaron. Hey, welcome. Glad to see you made it. And a self-Carradine too. Damn, thanks. Ah, it's always good to stretch out before doing any extraneous activity, you know? I'm doing all right, Veginox. How about yourself, brother? All right. So, let's see here. Let's see. On the agenda today, we have let's see. What does it say down here? This is a test. Yes, time to pull out the notebook and pencils. Yes. Yes, indeed it is, Takeshir. Welcome, welcome. All right. So, yeah. The task and objective for today is we are going to start establishing some ground rules and the basic framework of Project Herodotus. I'm very excited because I've always wanted to actually discuss this with people and actually work it out in real time versus just doing it all in my head and hoping it works out. But yeah, before we get to that though, how was everybody's week? I hope everyone had a great week. This is like school all over again. I never studied for this test. Well, luckily there's no test for this. This is all just like oh, we're gonna these are the rules we're going to follow. These are the rules I'm going to follow when it comes to Project Herodotus as I move forward and play some Pokemon games from this point forward, and then try to do that whole chronology thing I was talking about last week. Yeah. But yeah, no, there's no test. Just working things out. But yeah, like I said, hope everyone had a lovely week this past week. This week went by pretty fast. I'm not gonna lie. Then again, it's probably because this whole entire month is like nothing but like holidays and stuff. At least for me, because this past weekend I was on that 4-day, and then I was on that 4-day weekend, and then we have Veterans Day. Well, other people have Veterans Day. Sadly for me, I kind of have to work through Veterans Day, sadly. So no 4-day weekend for me. So it's just a regular weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and then I'm back to work because I've got some important stuff to work on, in real life. So yeah, that sad for me. But hey, there's always Thanksgiving, which is another 4-day later this month. So there's always that. So I can't exactly cry about it. It is what it is. Yeah, let's see. Other than that, so last week, when I did that little reaction thing, it slipped my mind that part of the etiquette for reaction streams is that I'm supposed to attempt to reach out to the person I'm reacting to see if it's even okay to react to their stuff in the first place. And then as well, like maybe kind of not react to things for a certain amount of time, so that way the video can do the rounds in the algorithm and whatnot. And yep, that kind of slipped my mind. So the following day, I literally sent a DM to Loxton because I still talk with him every now and then. I sent him a DM and told him, hey, sorry, I was supposed to do this. I didn't. I am very sorry. I'm gonna get better at this. I promise. If you want me to take it down, by all means. But I just wanted to come out to you first and say, hey, sorry for doing that. But he was super cool about it, thankfully. And he said, he said he's fine. He's fine with me reacting to any of his videos, including past ones that I've worked on. So that's awesome. That is gonna be great. And then I also decided, you know what? How about I also reach out to Birdkeeper Toby or Lorekeeper Toby? I forget he changed his he changed his thing lately. I also reached out to Lorekeeper Toby and asked him the same thing, like, hey, is it gonna will it be okay if I do any future reaction streams to any of your past or present or future videos? And he was cool with it as well. So yes, I have now a whole backlog as well as some some reliable content to work on for reaction streams. Yeah. Glad I got that. There is one more person that I want to try to reach out to in order to get any, in order to like do more reaction streams to, and that's Mikey from M&J TV. But I have no idea how to reach him. I've been to his YouTube channel and there's no contact, there's no contact information, no like email or anything like that. And I believe he has his his Twitter account kind of like not blocked, not privated either. Just that he doesn't have DMs turned on his Twitter account. Excuse me. Yeah, he doesn't have DMs on his Twitter account, so I have no idea how to reach him. Oh, wait, hold on. He's got a Reddit page. Oh, well then, that's awesome. Unfortunately, I don't have a Reddit page. There have been quite a scarce few times I've visited Reddit just for the purposes of research, but I've never actually gone around and made an account. So, and I'm not missing much. Yeah, I know I'm not missing much. I hear a lot, and I hear a lot from like a lot of people about Reddit stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, no thanks. I don't want to be part of that. I'm just, as little interaction with Reddit as possible. So I try to limit it, to just for research purposes. If I ever try to like, need a particular area to search, and I'm just like, okay, cool. Reddit is the very last option. But yeah, I guess if he does have a Reddit page, that does give me a reason to try to make a Reddit account, I guess. But I don't want to use it much. Let's see. Oh, right. And as far so I also recently this week just finished the main plot of Pokemon Legends ZA. It was a time. I really did like it. It was a pretty good story. Couple notes. Number one, I hate Tawny. I hate the rival character because, wow, just I'm not going to spoil anything for people who have not played it yet or people who are in the middle of playing it. But that the rival character just makes decisions that have me wanting to literally punch them in the face. I have never wanted to punch I have never actually felt like punching a particular Pokemon character in the face. Not even Blue. And Blue is kind of like, Blue's personality is kind of designed for you to be like, I want to punch that arrogant prick in the face. But I never get that feeling with Blue. And I don't get that feeling with Silver. Tawny/Urbane is the only rival character where I legit want to I feel like I want to commit violence on that character. Like, I want to wring their neck. I want to toss him in. I want to toss him through a wall for all the bullshit that happens in the game. But also, another thing that I actually just realized when thinking about the main game is that I was really like expecting the Pokemon games to be like, oh, this one particular group is is going to be the main bad guy, and I'm just like, okay, well, they're doing this angle again, and it's not gonna lie, it's kind of boring. Like, I'm getting a little exhausted of it. They did it in They did it in Sun and Moon. They did it in they first did it in X and Y, ironically enough. They did it in X and Y, they did it in Sun and Moon, they did it, and they did it in Sword and Shield, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know, I understand that there these types of people are are very prone to making these types of decisions, but come on, you're kind of painting everything with broad strokes, and it's like, yeah, no, come on, I want something different, please. And then the one group that I actually did anticipate to be villainous or antagonistic in like in a typical way was not, and it kind of pissed me off that they weren't. It's like, wait, but you do this, and you talk like this, and you don't do, and you're literally like doing everything opposite of what your personality is. It's like, oh, of subverting expectations. Oh, yeah, no. My expectations have been subverted so many times. It would be a subversion of expectations to not subvert my expectations at this point. It's like, come on, you can only flip the things. You can only flip it so many times before it's like, okay, I've seen all sides of this thing now. Can we just get back to basics, please? Have bad guys, have like easily distinguishable bad guys be actual bad guys, and just do it. Like, I'm not looking for Saturday morning cartoon villains, but that's it. But I'm also not looking for like every villain I'm not looking for any villain to be super, to be super relatable. It's just like, no, you're obviously the bad guy. It's okay to be the bad guy. Just be the bad guy. But my shades of gray. Yeah. You can always there's always shades of gray. It's just that people focus way too much on making it like completely gray instead of, focusing on the shades. You know what I mean? It's like they always want to be gray. They don't want to be just a slightly lighter black or even a slightly darker white. They just want either black, white, and gray, which, congratulations, you went from a binary choice to now only 3 specific, fields with which to operate in. And it feels just as limiting as it does with a binary choice. I don't know. That's just how I feel. I'm kind of grinding some of the side missions that I've skipped out on when reaching the climax of the game. So before I start the post game, I am just going through all the side missions before I start the post game. And I actually managed to get the new like Greninjite and Delphoxite. So that was a time. I only want to do this one more time for the Chestnutite, because I don't like playing online ranked, because that's not what I play Pokemon for. I don't play Pokemon for the online competitive scene of any game. So yeah, this Chestnutite that's gonna be in like season 3, I guess. That's the only one that's the last time I'm gonna be doing it. Oh hey, Holy! Welcome, dude! Have you ever watched Freerun? That's a black and white world. Okay, I like Freerun. I actually do like Freerun. So black and white, yes and no. Black and white in terms of the relationship between, demons and like Freerun, or demons and humans. That's black and white, but like Freerun herself is not a very black and white person. Freerun herself has her shades. She's very much on the white side, but she's also she's got those shades of darkness that because the fact that she's stone cold hearted when it comes to demons. So she's not pure white. She's got shades to her. Yeah, she's hella complex. No doubt. And then same thing with let's see. I can't even think of the opposite side here. But yeah, oh wait, no, yeah, there is an opposite side. What's her name? The head elf of magic. I forget her name. She no, not her. Ubel. There we go. Ubel. She seems crazy. She's like a crazy. She's a crazy bitch. But she does have a shade. She does have some shades of light to her, which really makes her interesting. Loving Mega Delphox. Oh yeah, I love Mega Delphox. Mega Delphox's design is so good. I like it. The demons are just outright evil. Oh yeah, and that's what I mean. Is like there's nothing wrong with having pure evil villains. You can even make pure evil villains interesting. Like the demons in Freerun, despite being pure evil, they are very interesting in how they express their their evil, their evilness. Yeah, it's not cartoonishly evil. It's this person is pure evil, and what's interesting about them is how they go about expressing that. And that's something that I do hope Pokemon Game Freak gets a little bit better at. So far they are good at it. They are good because yeah, there are a few characters in ZA that I'm just like, wow, I really like this character because they are really interesting. There is one particular character that I got caught by surprise with, and they are very interesting in how the character is depicted in this game. So yeah, that's pretty good. Not definitely. Oh, and two other characters. Yeah, two other characters. I think they're written pretty well. I like them. I certainly like them, especially toward the end where where things start getting really heavy, and I love it. Like I think they're my favorite part of the game, is just meeting these two specific characters, and then just going through this little side quest they put you on. So very interesting stuff, really good in my opinion. So far I love ZA. I would even say I do like it. At this point, I would say I like it even better than Legends Arceus. Definitely right now my favorite Legends series game. All right, let's see here. Okay, so I think we should be good to move on here. All right. So, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, there we go. Oh, hang on. Seems like my thing is kind of my thing is kind of frozen on my end. There we go. Now I can see. All right. So, here we go. Oh, this thing's not showing. Hang on a second. There we go. Ah. All right. So, we're going to go ahead and get started on the Project Herodotus framework. All right. So, let's see. Hopefully my background music is on. Hopefully. If not, that's all right. Let's see. Alrighty. Actually, let me do. Nope, don't want to do that because that's gonna happen. All right, hold on a second. Let me figure something out here. Alrighty. So I definitely need to see about trying to fix this particular issue of having only one screen. Definitely very challenging to stream on one screen. I gotta get like a separate monitor. I miss my two screen setup, chat. All right. Hang on a minute. Let's see. All right, here we go. Alrighty. So, Project Herodotus rules and framework. Here's how we're going to do it. Okay. So basically, the whole again just to reiterate from last week, the whole point of Project Herodotus is to try to do an accurate as possible chronology of the Pokemon games. So starting from the very beginning, through Gen 1, then work through the remakes, then Gen 2, work through the remakes, Gen 3, work through the remakes, and so on and so forth. However, there has to be a particular what's the thing I'm looking for? There's got to be a particular methodology I have to do, right? In order to make sure that things stay consistent and that everything can remain coherent. So for one thing, right? If I'm playing the console games, if I'm playing Pokemon Red, Pokemon Fire Red, uh, Let's Go Pikachu, all that. If I'm playing that, I feel like I have to play as I have to play as the canon, or quote unquote canon character in that series of games. In this case, in the case of the console games, that character has to be red. Like even in Fire Red and Leaf Green, I have to play red. I can't play green or Leaf as she would be called in Leaf Green. I always have to be red because he is the canonical character of those games, right? So, uh, now that being said, I that means if I do that for the console games, then I have to do the same thing for the Hoenn games afterwards, and then the Johto games afterwards, and so on and so forth. So right now, so I guess the first thing we could try to do is figure out uh, who are the canon uh, characters. There we go. Yeah. So who are the canon characters, right? That's what we have to figure out for for the first thing. So let me start. Let me go ahead and see there, and then we're gonna change that to hmm. Guess we could do. Yeah, let's do this one. There we go. I can barely see the text here, so I'm gonna have to turn off force dark mode. There we go. Flashbang. Everything's white. Alrighty. So, oh, did I guess I just had all these other ones. Go and delete these. Delete. There we go. All right. So we got like meet the team, meet the canon characters. ah. Let me shorten the font here. There we go. That should be good. All right. Meet the canon characters. Hold on. Oh wait. There we go. Oh, there we go. Meet the canon characters. So we're gonna have some fun here, guys. Okay. Let's go ahead and just get this one out the way. We're gonna visit Bulbapedia. Good old Bulbapedia. Right? There we go. All right. We're gonna pull up red and then specifically from the game. Go here. All right. Let's see. Can I Yeah, I should be able to copy and just place image. Oh, okay. Uh, uh, no. Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. Uh, go here. Let's get rid of that lady. All right. Well, there. I guess we could also shorten his thing here. Shorten it a little more. Oh, that might be too short. You know what? That might work. Yeah, there we go. That works. Aha! Alrighty. So, let's put here full name Red. Title canon character of the Kanto games. All right. And then I guess we could just kind of put what kind of put like a small little description here. We'll be like, oh, Red. So like reasons why he would be the canon character. We'll put for this one we could put like uh he shows up as the as an NPC in the sequel. There we go. Thank you, autocorrect. Sequel Johto game as the canon protagonist. There we go. Shows up multiple times as as an NPC in future game. All right, there we go. Red as the canon character of the Kanto games shows up as an NPC in the Johto games as the canon protagonist, uh, as well as the future games like Let's Go, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but he's he's not the he's not really the canon character, but you know for the sake of all the other games, he's still considered the canon character. All right, so easy peasy, that's Red. All right, we can wipe our head. We can be done with Red there. Actually, this does not look good. Hang on a minute. Maybe if we just get rid of that. Yeah, that's fine. And then do that. All right. So next up is, let's see. We would have the next thing we would have to look up is the next player character protagonist in order of the proposed timeline. So that should be hang on. Pokemon champions and here we go, player characters. So this one is Leaf, Ethan, Chris. They don't show up yet. Here we go, Brendan and May. All right, so I'm gonna open up May in a separate tab. Alrighty. So with Brendan, we have a choice, right? So we've got Brendan and we got May. This is going to be the first instance in which the what you call it, the opposite gendered character is going actually does exist as a separate character in in the story in the world. So whoever if you pick Brendan, then May exists in the world, and if you pick May, then Brendan still exists in the world. It just all depends on which one is which of the two is would be considered the canonical child of Professor Birch, right? So it's pretty tricky. I think it's pretty tricky. Because what here's what I would go for, right? Here's what I would usually go for. I usually go for like which character looks like they are related to the other characters in question, right? So let me try to pull something up here. Let me do here we go. Norman, the Hohen mother, and Professor Birch, right? Okay. So you've got Norman, right? You see this dude? He's got typical like Japanese, quote unquote Japanese black hair, right? He's got a pretty stern attitude. You know, he's kind of no nonsense, right? Then you've got there's not even a good there's not even a good rendition of the Hoenn character mother. All right, this is come on, you got to be kidding me. Why? Why is there no goddamn fucking render of the Hoenn mother? There's one for Joanna. Why not for this character? All right. So let's see here. This is like the best we can do. Can I zoom in? Hold on. What's that thing? Is Control Plus? Aha! Enhance by 300%. Alrighty. So let's see. Hang on a minute. All right. So we have the player character mother. Okay. Already, in fact, this actually, despite my griping earlier, I actually do like this angle because it's a good like comparison shot here. So you see May and you see the mother, right? Mother's got this like darker brunette hair. May's got this brighter brunette. I guess you would call this dirty blonde, not brunette, dirty blonde. You got this like this dirty blonde hair color, and you got May over here with the lighter, maybe I think it's called honey blonde, whatever. It's a lighter shade of blonde, right? Mother's got blue eyes, and does May have blue eyes? May does indeed have blue eyes. Okay, so at least there's that. And then, well, not blue, but I guess this gray eyes. All right. I guess the mother would also have gray eyes. So yeah, the eyes match. Hair color, not so much. Hair color does look more like, oh, whoa, okay. Hi, Brandon. Yeah, so the hair color looks more closer to Brendan than it does to May, right? And then of course oh, back it up there. All right, and of course the outfit here does look a bit closer to the father's outfit. The father's outfit is a bit more muted, right? But it does look closer to the father's outfit. All right, and so let's see. We also have to look at Professor Birch. Oh, okay. Well then, see, this is the part where I actually put my foot in my mouth. One of many times that you guys may witness as as I do more of these streams. That's kind of how this research process goes. Is I have a thought, I run with it, and then I find out later, oh shoot, no, I just put my foot in my mouth, like, because it gets instantly disproven like a few minutes later. Anyways, so yeah, I was thinking that, oh well, Professor Birch's hair might match May's hair, but it absolutely doesn't. Like, not even in the slightest. But it does. Well, I guess it does kind of match Brendan's hair color, but not that much. Brendan's hair color is lighter than Professor Birch's. So, there's that. Now, there's also something else that I would have to consider when it comes to Brendan and May, right? And that is the fact that of the two, May is the one that actually is that actually has a presence within within like the wider Pokemon fan base and community. Because because of the anime, she was the one of the main characters of Ash and Company's trio back in Gen 3. So obviously we do have context for her. We do have context for her and what she and what she's like and all of that. Oh, let's see here. The scientific method, fuck around and find out. That's exactly how I operate when it comes to the scientific method. It's like theory, fuck around, and then later I find out. All right, so let's see. So if I recall correctly, Professor Birch has a second child after whoever Brendan and May is supposed to be his child, right? Let me just double check that here. I'm pretty sure he canonically he canonically has a second child. So let's see. Is there a thing is there a entry with his house? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it. Okay, hold on. All the way up. Uh, Okay, Professor Birch is the resident Pokemon professor and father of the rival character. If the player is Brendan, then Professor Birch is May's father. If the player is May, Professor Birch is Brendan's father. Okay. Nope, that does not tell me. That does not tell me really much of anything. So, I could have swore there was like a. Hold on, maybe if I pull up Little Root Town's page, it'll show me what I'm looking for. Hopefully. Because there is he does have his wife is in the house, but I'm pretty sure there was a second child in that house. Let's see. Professor Birch's lab, rival's house. Okay, Brendan lives in the house on the left, while May lives in the house on the right. The rival's house is similar to the player's house, as the rival is the son and daughter of Professor Birch. It is also his residence. Okay, thanks. That absolutely did not answer my question here. Okay. Trivia. As Hoenn coincides with Kyushu, location of Lulu coincides with the city of Sasebo. No, the movie playing in the player's house is most likely big, as it has a famous scene where the main character, played by Tom Hanks, dances on a giant piano. Okay, no. Little is the first starting town in the games to have only one exit in and out of town and not be surrounded by a body of water. Huh. Really? I mean, Palatown has two. Palatown has two. Has two entryways. It's not. I wouldn't say Palatown is surrounded by a body of water. It like like it's got that water route in the south, but I wouldn't say it's surrounded by like a body of water. Um, New Barktown. New Barktown, I would say is kind of in the same boat, right? Because it's got the east and west entryways, and it's not surrounded by a body of water. It's got there's I would consider like the water route to the east of New Barktown to be like a lake. So not surrounded because it only goes in one direction, east. So that's weird how they're classifying. Like I guess it's trying not to say like surrounded by a body of water, just like it's near a body of water. In which case, yeah, I would say that is more accurate because Twinleaf Town, I believe, is also has like some water, it's like to the south. November Town definitely has that. Aspertia City did Aspertia City I don't think so. I think Aspertia City was like Little Town. It's landlocked. Let's see, and then Vanderville Town. Yeah, no, Vanderville Town is also landlocked with no discernible entry, like secondary entry or exit way with like a body with like any body of water near it. I don't think so. Obviously, the little suburb in Howley City that Elio and Celine live at. That's literally surrounded by a body of water. It's an island, so yeah, that makes sense. Gen 8, you have uh why am I blanking on the name of the town? Why am I blanking on the name of the town? It starts with the letter P. Anyway, it does have two entry and exit ways, but it's landlocked. It's not surrounded by a body of water. It's not near a body of water. And then Gen 9, the player character's house is near a body of water. So yeah, that and there's only one. Technically, there's only one entry and exit way. Technically, I mean, are are they? That reminds me. That actually, that's a good question. Is is the player character's house in Paldea technically next door from Nemona's house? Postwick, right? Thank you, Veginox. Postwick. That is, yeah. Postwick is what that town was. Yeah. So like, is it considered next? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I just realized I just went on a huge tangent. Sorry about that, guys. Happens a lot when I'm doing research. Anyways, I was talking about trying to find out if this particular if Professor Birch's house has a secondary child in the games. I'm pretty sure he does. Like I don't think I'm going crazy about this, right? I'm pretty sure they have a sibling. As okay, here we go. As a non-playable character, male spirit forms a rivalry relationship. Young girl performs field research with her father. How she occasionally helps battle. Yeah, okay. Uh, Orosh offers player a chance to travel with her. Yeah, during climax. Yeah. Both of May's parents appear in the video games. Her father, Professor Birch, and an unnamed mother. In Emerald, she also in Emerald, she also has a younger brother who also lacks a name. She is neighbors with. So wait, it was only an Emerald? Was it only an Emerald? Hold up. Wait a minute. 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 Hold on. I gotta check. I gotta check something here real quick. Wait. I'm dead ass, guys. I swear Oras also had her with a younger sibling. Now, yeah, that younger sibling was what Max was based off of their Veginox. In fact, Oras does actually reference Max, not in a like sibling character to the rival, but in the design of the school kid, the boy school kid, the schoolboy. He is modeled. His design is actually modeled after Max from the anime. So yeah, I like me some recursive references there. Anyways, I'm going to pull up on YouTube uh Omega Omega Ruby. Sure, Omega Ruby walkthrough. Like guys, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I could have swore this was a thing. Uh, so I'm gonna see about finding this information out as I fast forward through this video here. By the way, I'm looking up a video by Papa C. He's also a pretty notable PokeTuber. I enjoy some of his videos. Go subscribe to him, guys, if you're interested in broadening your Pokemon PokeTuber horizons, so to speak. Let's see. Does he even visit their house? It doesn't look like he visits their house. Yeah, no, he doesn't. All right. Let's go back and just find a traditional playthrough here. we go. And then, oh, cool. Oh, wow. I haven't seen a Munching Orange video in like a long time. All right. So okay. So yeah, Munching Orange does actually go into the house and explore. Okay, good. Thank you, Munching Orange. Come on. There we go. All right. I see the mother character. All right. I have a daughter about the same age as you. Exciting to be making a new friend. Should be in a room upstairs. Hope you go introduce yourself. Please explore the bot the. There we go. Yes, thank you. Okay, but no child. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess that is correct. There is no sibling character for the rival. It's just he or she is an only child. All right. Well, that's taken care of. Well then, again, that's another example of me putting my foot in my mouth. Haha. All right. So, with that out the way, let's go ahead and try to recalibrate here. All right. So, we have gaslighting yourself. I was gaslighting myself, I guess. Let's see. So, Brendan and May, right? Let's scroll up here. Brendan and May, May doesn't have very much going for her in terms of how she looks like she's related to her parent characters. If she is the main character, again, she doesn't. She looks nothing like Norman, and she only slightly resembles the mother in so that they have the same eye color. But then, like a lot of characters share the same eye color, and they're not related. There, I gotta have more than just eye color to say, oh yeah, no, they're related. So I do want to give the edge to Brendan because of the fact that he literally has one other thing aside from eye color that makes him out to be like the canon main character, while May is the daughter of Professor Birch. So, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and pull up the slide again. Here we go. Alrighty. Goodbye, lady. All right, Brendan. Copy. Oh, pay. No, go away, Red. Copy image. Give it a second. All right, now paste. There we go. Alrighty. Shrink them down. Shrink them down some more. There we go. All right. So we have got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. There we go. Brendan. His title is... There we go. His title, Canon Character of the Owen Games. There we go. And I guess with this one, I'll just put looks more closely related to Norman and his wife than May. That's literally my only thing I'm going off of right now, which is pretty. I'll admit it's pretty flimsy. But hey, sometimes you just gotta. This is the tightrope of fringe analysis that we're working on here with people. That's how fringe analysis does sometimes. It's like sometimes just you're on a very loose tightrope, and you're trying to make sure you're not falling as you're trying to walk to the other side. All right, so more closely resembles. Oh. Hey, Mazer, dude, welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, my guy. Welcome. So yeah, I am currently in the middle of laying out some groundwork and laying out like ground rules and framework of Project Herodotus, so that way, like everybody can know what this whole thing is about as I'm playing through these games, right? And so like anytime and hopefully like as I get started with playing the console games, I will have like I'll have like a little graphic somewhere here, probably more towards the bottom of the screen that that gives you like a brief overview of the rules, right? Hopefully, but yeah, that's pretty much what today's stream is gonna be dominated by. All right, so let me go ahead and get back here. All right, so yeah, so as I was saying, Brendan, we're gonna consider him the canon character of the home games because he more closely resembles Norman and his wife than May. There we go. That's literally my only reason. And if you got a problem with that, I'm sorry. This is how it is. This is how it's gonna be. Unless someone can give me a better a better rationale as to why Brendan is the canon character, or why May is the the canon main character. So I'm always open to having my mind changed, right? As long as there's as long as there's enough as long as there's enough support to back it up. So let's go ahead and move on to Generation 2, because that's the Johto games. Those are the ones that's coming up next. All right, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. That. All right, here we go. So so with Generation 2, we have an interesting little conundrum here, right? So, all right, check this out. We've got gold. Okay, god damn it. Once again, I have to reiterate. Reiterate here, guys. I don't like that that gold was renamed to Ethan. I feel like it's really stupid. I just do not understand the reason why it was changed to Ethan. There are some people there. I do know like a couple people who try to justify that. Oh, the character's name was never Gold. And like, yes, it was. It was. He was called Gold in one of the player manuals. So I don't see why that isn't the case. And not only that, but the Pokemon Adventures manga calls him Gold, and the Pokemon Adventures manga is like almost a direct adaptation of the games. Like the rival character's name is Silver. Why would you have the rival character's name Silver and not name the other character Gold? Or I guess in the females case, Chris. Hello, Chris, Crystal. That makes sense. So why is the boy not named Gold? That makes no sense. Why is he not named Gold? Why did you change it, Game Freak? That makes no sense. Put it back, please. Ugh. All right. So let me go ahead and look up Ethan. Ethan. There we go. All right, here we go. Also, I gotta say, guys, I don't like this look. I really don't. Look at this. It looks too streamlined. It looks too streamlined, guys. I much prefer his original look. There we go. I much prefer his original look. He looks like a little shit. He looks like a kid with attitude, which is very much in contrast to Red. Red did not have much attitude in terms of like his design, his posing, and here you have this kid, this punk kid with, backwards cap and a smug looking face. I like this. Lots of drip, lots of personality. I like it. And then, you have all of this, right? Also, I do got to say I do miss early Kensugi Mori art. I really do. Look at early Kensugi Mori art, guys. It's really good. Like a lot of his art these days is more rounded, and it's more cutesy. I guess the word I would best describe it. It's very is very much leaning to the more kawaii kind of aesthetic, which I'm not a big fan of because I don't think it's appropriate for Pokemon. Like, let Pokemon have its like this is a signature look, guys. No other game, no other franchise had this kind of look back in the day. This was their style, and I was all about it. But now it's all rounded and stuff, and it's like, okay, yeah, there are some good looking characters in the new art. There's a lot of good looking characters actually, but I just kind of miss this old art style of Kin Sugimori. I do wish it did not leave. I did not. I wish he kind of kept it up with this style. Anyways, uh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so this little shit right here. I like it. I like the design. It's really good. But anyways, going back up here. So Gold or Ethan, right? And then you've got Lyra, and then you've got Chris. So here is the conundrum, guys. Oh, let's see. This kid spends too much time in a game corner. Yes, exactly. He looks like the type of kid who would spend more time in a game corner and playing the arcades rather than just going out Pokemon battling. Or he enjoys a bit of both. All right, but yeah. So here is the issue that I have with Gen 2 with the Johto games, right? So you originally had Chris. Look at her. She's amazing. I love this look. This completely complements. Get out of here, Ethan. This completely complements Gold here, right? You've got the similar color scheme. You got the red. You got the white. And you got the black and yellow, right? You know what it is: black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Pretty sure this is. I'm pretty sure her hat is completely. Pretty sure her hat is completely like yellow. Not sure if it's like. Not sure if it's got black in the back. Oh, god damn it! Stable 4-star page. Okay, so yeah, it is practically a solid color. Yeah, so it is practically a solid color. Anyways, I really like this look, and then in of course the remakes, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Chris is no longer here. Now we have Lyra, and while I will say she is cute, I do like the design. It works. It also is. It also works as a not a. It also works as a complement to Ethan's look, right? You've got the red. You've got the well, not black. She doesn't wear black. She wears the black undershirt. Same thing as Ethan here, but she's got like the blue. She's got the blue overalls, which I find that interesting. She's the only character who wears overalls, and I'm just like, yeah, that was a pretty '90s thing, right? Like a lot of people wore overalls. I wore overalls as a kid during the '90s, so yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad there were some overalls here. But still, this person is not this person. So yeah, I don't know why. I do not understand. I don't know the reason why they changed both Chris and Lyra. Both Chris and Gold. Like, I don't understand what that is. I don't understand the reasoning, the rationale, the logic behind it. Due to an anime tie-in. Really? Like, if you're referring to like the Pokemon Chronicles thing where it had like the gold character, his name was Jimmy, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so Jimmy, the Raikou Legend of Thunder thing, there was that. But they did use Gold's design, and they also used Chris's design as Jimmy's friend. So there was that. So I'm not sure what you mean by the anime tie-in, because it could just be something from I after I dropped the anime back in Gen 4 during the Diamond and Pearl series, and not where they did any like Heart Gold Soul Silver stuff. Maybe something like that happened, but I don't recall from like pre-Gen 4 stuff. Uh, let's see. Starting with Ruby Sapphire, protagonists had distinct names, Brendan May, etc. Naming the Heart Gold Soul Silver hero Ethan aligned with Gen 2 with that naming convention. I mean, I guess, but that doesn't make any sense because they in Fire Red and Leaf Green, you still have Red, but then you have the female character which is modeled after Green or Blue in Japanese, and she was already supposed to be a thing. In fact, that design was so popular that the Pokemon Adventures manga turned her into her own character called Blue in Japanese, Green in everywhere else. And everyone, that's pretty much what it was. And then I guess they Fire and Leaf Green just decided to call her Leaf Green. Yeah. Gold was already used as the name of the Pokemon Adventures manga protagonist who has his own personality and storyline. By calling the game hero Ethan, they kept the manga and game continuities distinct. I mean, okay, I can see that. I can see that. It's just like that still doesn't seem very. That still doesn't seem very like a good reason to me because again, you still have red and gold. And thing is, the Pokemon Adventures manga didn't come up with the name Gold because the at that point in time the manga had to be made after the games. I'm pretty sure the manga is written while the game is in development. So there's a closer relationship there. You don't have to like it. Yeah, I know I don't have to like it. However, I'm still going to call him Gold because I'm stubborn. I'm gonna be very stubborn about this. Pers- Personal preference. I'm gonna keep calling him Gold. Hopefully guys you understand. Like, okay, yeah, I know his name is Ethan. I'm just gonna keep calling him Gold because that is a better name than Ethan. All right, so like I said, the conundrum here is that Lyra and Chris, they are two separate characters. They are not the same character. In Pokemon Adventures, they are the same character. Chris just wears Lyra's clothes and kind of softens her hair to look like Lyra. But in the game continuity, these are two separate characters, and that is backed up by Pokemon Masters because Masters also treats them as two very separate and distinct characters. So here's my conundrum, guys. When it comes to if I ever reach when I do reach the Johto games, right? I will have to play. I will have to play Crystal. Excuse me, Crystal version. But what do I do? Like, I can't. I can't. Obviously, Chris has to be canon to the Crystal version, right? But like, it's weird. Chris is the canon character, technically speaking, to Crystal version. That was when she debuted, and she never appears anywhere else outside of that. Uh, Actually, I think I just answered my own question. Yeah. So in gold and silver specifically, uh, Gold is the main character. He's the canonical main character of those games, and I guess I would also have to say he is the canon main character in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, because what you call it, Lyra of these two characters, right? Of these two characters from the remakes, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Lyra is the one that is more associated with Meryl, right? Meryl is the partner Pokemon of your. Well, she's not the rival because I don't think you really. I don't remember if you battle her, but she's not your actual rival. So, like, and again, it's damn, it's kind of tricky here. So So yeah, I think so because she makes more sense as the neighbor character to Gold here, right? So Gold is the canon character of of Gold, Silver, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Chris, however, is unique in that she is the main character of Crystal, because Crystal is. I don't want to say Crystal is its own thing because it's not. It's just that Crystal is so unique in that this is the only time this one character ever appears. So I feel like I have to be like I feel like I have to just make Chris the main character of that specific game, you know. But oh boy. Okay, so here's another thing that popped up in my head, right? When it comes to when it comes to like playing out these games, I'm playing out both the original and I'm playing out and I have to play out the I have to play out the like the third version. So like if I'm playing if I play Ruby or Sapphire, right? If because I'm playing one of them. I'm not playing both. Okay? So I'm if I play Ruby or Sapphire, afterwards I have to play Emerald because Emerald makes changes that are carried over, right? And then if I play and with that logic, that means for the Johto games, if I play Gold and Silver if I play Gold or Silver, then I have to play Crystal because Crystal also does things that are carried over later on, especially in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, where it incorporates plot lines from Crystal version into the main story. So and then the same thing with of course with the Sinnoh games, right? If I play Diamond or Pearl, then I have to play Platinum because Platinum is well, okay, with the Sinnoh games, that's going to be tricky because I uh the original Diamond and Pearl are very infamous in how slow they are. I'm not gonna look forward to playing them because I feel like if I play them, I'm gonna fall asleep in the middle of the stream, like repeatedly. So that's gonna be quite a challenge. But yeah, I'll have to keep that consistent. If I play Diamond or Pearl, then I have to play Platinum to document the changes, between the two. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That is what's going to happen when it comes to those things. All right, cool. So let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and put that down here. So I'm gonna copy this image. Platinum just has the better decks. Yeah, Platinum has the better decks, but also Platinum has quality of life improvements that just make the game not as much of a slog to play through because better pacing and in my opinion slightly better music because as a whole the Sinnoh games music the whole of the Sinnoh games soundtrack I don't find very good because I that soundtrack puts me to sleep. Like I'm not even joking. That soundtrack puts me to sleep, especially during the nighttime themes. I'm just like, no, I need the energy. Pump me up, please. There's a lot of that going on in original Diamond and Pearl, and then of course Platinum as well. Although Platinum does punch it up a little bit, which does make it a little bit better. So I would definitely say Platinum is my favorite of the two, but that's not exactly a high bar. All right, so here we have Gold, and I'll put parentheses Ethan. Canon character of Gold, Silver, and I'll just put HGSS for short, so that way it's not bloating the text box here. All right, yeah, canon character of Gold, Silver, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. All right, and then I'll make a separate one for Chris here. Copy that. Paste here. Shrink. You will be shrunk. Go. A little bit more. There we go. That's better. All right. Here is Aris. Chris. Title. Canon character of Crystal. There we go. So here, let's see. Here I'll just put the rationale that. Actually, hold on. Wait. Hotomata. Let me go here. Back. Let me do the mom. Oh, hey, mom. The Johto mom has a separate page. Awesome. All right, the Johto mom. Yeah, the Johto mom. All right, so I think that's the only render of her. Is just the original Gen 2 render. Yeah. All right, so mother here. She looks nothing like Chris or Lyra. She looks nothing like them. So, although again, I am saying that I am making the executive decision to say that Chris is the canon character of Crystal version specifically, but excuse me. But in terms of the others, Ethan here, it's literally just yeah, you can tell that these two are related. You've got the little bang here, the little bang there, same hair color, you know, and I would dare say a slightly similar color scheme. You've got the red here, you've got the yellow, right? I don't count the black hair as the black and yellow part, but do with that what you will. But yeah, it certainly seems like these two characters are related. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that down as well. So looks exactly like his mother. Same hair color, hair color, same hair color, same bangs, I guess. Yeah, I'll just put same bangs. Same hair color, same bangs. And sadly, because the mom does not have a thing where her eyes are open, can't even say same eye color. It's a hard sell, but I believe you. Oh, thanks, Vaginox. Your sarcasm was just dripping. All right, looks exactly like his mother. Same hair color, same bangs, etc. All right, and then what was the other part? Oh yeah, that's right. Lyra, Yura. What the hell? Lyra, Yura. Lyra is more associated. Lyra is more ass. Oh, what a time for that pop up to interrupt me. Lyra is more associated. I don't think Lyra is more ass. I actually, like I said, I kind of like Lyra's design. It is meant to be cute, and it does succeed in making me think she's cute. All right. Lyra is more associated with Meryl than Gold. All right. There we go. Cool. And then Chris, literally her only rationale for being the main character of this game is she only appears in Crystal version and nowhere else. So yeah, gotta get, and plus I gotta give her like a good spot as being the first playable female character in the game. It was meant to be green back in Generation 1, but that never fell through. So that title falls upon the very trendy shoulders of Chris here. All right, so that's gens 1, 3, and 2. Now we move on to the others. All right, so whoa, what happened here? Is it not going to give me the what happened to the white background? Hold on. Oh, whoa. Okay, so I gotta be careful when I do that. There we go. What I put here? 32 point font. 32 point font. Meet the canon character. Yeah. All right. Cool. Alrighty. So next up, we're going to get. Oh no, let me actually reopen. All right. Next up, we have Generation 4. We did 1, 2, and 3. Now we go for Generation 4. All right. Generation 4. We have Lucas. Then we have Dawn. Oh, whoops. Haha. That's a female player character Dawn game. There we go. Okay, and then, just for the hell of it, we're gonna pull up. Oh, here we go. Mothers. JJJ Joanna. Whoops. That is no. I'm trying to get the game version. Ah, there we go. No. Does I could have sworn she had her. Oh, here we go. I was gonna say I could have sworn she had her own page. Oh, I see. Okay. See, usually when they usually have like anime and game pages separated, and one way you can tell is if you're on the anime page versus the game page is that they use the anime. If it's the anime page of the character, then they use the anime picture. But I guess in this case, it is different. They use weird. They don't use the Diamond and Pearl render or the BDSP render. Anyways, all right. So Joanna, you know what? No, fuck it. There we go. I'm just gonna pull this one up because it's a much better render. All right. So here we go. We got Lucas, and we got Dawn. All right. So with Lucas and Dawn, right? They are rather tricky because once again, just like with Brendan and May, whichever character you do not pick, the opposite character exists within the story as a separate character. In this case, the Lucas and Dawn you do not choose to be as is Professor Rowan's assistant. So, gotta keep that part in mind. All right, now I pulled up the mom here because again, I wanted we're gonna take this genetics angle as fraught as it may be. All right. So let's see. With Lucas, he's got the gray eyes. So does Dawn. They both share the gray eyes. The mother, however, Joanna, does not have gray eyes. She's got clear. She's got more. Oops. Her eyes are certainly blue. Right. There's no gray here. She does have like this navy blue hair, if you would. Got this navy blue hair, which Dawn certainly does look like she has, right? She's got that navy blue kind of hair. Lucas, however, he does not look like he has that same shade. Let me pull up a different. Let me pull up some more artwork of Lucas here. Hopefully, I can find one that does not have his hat on. Well, there's that. Still doesn't look it, or that. What the hell? What game was this from? Battle Revolution. Oh, okay, Battle Revolution. Okay, that makes sense. I never played Battle Revolution, so yeah, that caught me by surprise. Lucas Platinum style. Oh, they gave that. They gave him a platinum style outfit. Huh. Interesting. I guess that's something I can look forward to in my play of in my run through of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. All right. Okay. So yeah, it does like compared to this, it does compared to Dawn here, it doesn't look like he has the same hair color. Let me just keep looking here just to see what else I could find. No. That's definitely not a good one because his hair is covered. Hair is still covered. And here it still does not look the same. Same thing here. The shading is different. Same thing here. The shading is different. Yeah, so it seems all yeah, even here. There we go. There's one of him without the hat. Yeah, a lot of his stuff is a lot of his artwork depicts him with like dark hair, like dark black or like slightly brown, whatever you want to call that color. It's not like Dawn's, where Dawn's is very, very distinctly not black. It is certainly a bluish tint. So because of that, I'm gonna make the executive decision and say that Dawn is the canon character of the Sinnoh games. She looks the most like the mother here, right? She looks the most like the mother here, and I do try to leave anime depictions out of the equation, right? Because the anime does its own thing. However, in this particular case, my decision here does line up with popular portrayals, since Dawn was a fan favorite character of the Diamond and Pearl anime. So that's good. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and put her on the thing here. And then so Lucas is so in this case, Lucas will then be the professor's assistant in at the canon professor's assistant. Oh, but wait, if I do that, then I guess that would also mean, right? Right? That would also mean that Dawn is the canon character by extension of Legends Arceus. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Technically that's true. If I make her the canon character here, she has to be the canon character in Legends Arceus. So that's dope. All right, there we go. On to the slide. Out of here. On to the slideshow you go, Dawn. Courtney some more. There we go. All right. For the manga, Dawn's name is Platinum. Yeah, I do remember that one. Platinum Berlitz was her full name, if memory serves. Platinum Berlitz, which was honestly a pretty baller name. Not gonna lie. Lucas was Dia Diamond. Yeah, and then Pearl was Barry. I always kind of laughed at the fact that Barry was given the name Pearl. It's like, like I could not help but laugh when Barry was given the name Pearl out of process of elimination. All right, Dawn, right? Dawn, canon character of the Sinnoh game. Someone had to hold it. I know, right? Someone had to hold it. Alrighty. Okay, get rid of all of this. Okay. Uh, look. What did I say for there we go. More closely resembles. That's what those were the words I used. More closely resembles the mother Joanna than Lucas. There we go. So that is literally my only reason. I know there might be some people out there that are not going to like it, but sorry guys, this is the way the cookie is going to crumble. All right, next up, delete. So she's the main. So she's gonna be the canon character for Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, as well as, excuse me, as well as Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus. All right, moving on to Gen 5. Okay, Gen 5. I think, in my opinion, Gen 5 is gonna be a slam dunk because I'll tell you guys one thing. When you guys see what I see, you're probably gonna be like, oh yeah, no, that's a no brainer. But let me go ahead and pull up the characters here. So we have Hilbert. Such an unassuming name for a main character in a Pokemon game, Hilbert. Like Brendan also doesn't sound like Brendan also doesn't sound like all that cool of a name. It just sounds, normal. But at least Brendan seemingly is more common, right? But Hilbert, I've never met a single person in my life whose first name was Hilbert. So I just find that kind of funny. But yeah, so we've got Hilbert here, right? And then we're going to have Hilda. Also weird name, but Hilda does roll off the tongue a lot better than Hilbert. All right, and so back. Mom, Owen, Johto, Kanto. Where's Unova? Oh, it's under. Oh, okay, it's under black and white. Oh yeah, because there's two other characters in black and white. Never mind. Anyways, yeah. Ah, it's so small. There we go. Okay, so look at this, guys. Right? You look at her. Now I'm gonna show you the other two. So get a good look at the mother here from black and white. Now I want you to tell me, of these two characters, which do you think looks believable as the child of this woman here? Is it this kid who looks looks nothing like the other character? If you were to tell if you were to say that this person is not this person's child, it'd be much more easier to believe, right? But then you look at Hilda, and it's like, yeah, no, these two these two have to be related because look at them. You got the same little fringes here. You've got the same eye color, the same shape hair in the back. Like, yeah, no, this is she's almost like a split fucking what? I don't want to say clone, but like you could definitely tell that these people are related. There's no doubt there would be no doubt in people's minds. Oh yeah, no, these two are related. Can't say the same about Hilbert, sadly. And unlike the previous games, here I do not have to worry about, the other character because the other character technically does not exist in this as a separate character in black and white because you don't run into them at all during the story. You do run into them, what, as a battle subway partner, I think? I think, but, like, that's about it. I don't even really consider that as part of the story. But, like I said, in this case, I'm again gonna make the very obvious decision here that Hilda is the canon main character of Black and White specifically, with the same rationale as Gold in that looks exactly like the mother. You know, just no, there's no doubts. There we go. Line it up nice and neat. There we go. All right, Hilda. Canon character of Black and White. Hilda is white. Hilbert was black. Yeah, that was certainly evident in the names, I believe. Right? Let me go back here. Pretty sure Hilbert's name meant black. Hilbert. Derived from the Germanic meaning hild, battle, and fort, bright. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. So then Hilda though. Oh, just from the Germanic element hild or battle. Okay. Well, never mind. I was wrong. Which is weird because here's the thing, right? Like, well, actually, no, because if you look at this, Hilda, the most prominent color on Hilda is white. White t-shirt, white hat, white little fringes here on on the jeans or on the shorts. She does have black. She's got black vest. She's got black wristbands, black socks, black boots. However, those are more accent. I feel like I'm not an art person, but I believe that's what's called accent colors. Or rather, it's used as an accent rather than as a main color. Whereas with Hilbert's main thing is obviously blue, yes, but also black. So you got black bag, uh, all black jeans, the color that's most black black pokeball, black bill, right? Black shirt underneath. So he's got more black on him than white, whereas Hilda has I would say like she's technically got more black on her because one, two, three, four pieces of clothing versus the one, two pieces of clothing and maybe the little frayed edges here. But white is more prominent versus black being more prominent on Hilbert. So yeah, as you were saying, Veganox. All right, so next up is what is certainly one of my favorite pair. We got Nate from Black 2 and White 2. And then we have Rosa. Oh, whoops. Whoa, that's weird. Yeah. That was weird. I wonder what that was about. All right. We got Nate and we got Rosa. And then let me pull up the mom character there. Black 2 and White 2, red, much like Red's mother. Oh, no, that's not. Mom, Black 2, White 2. Oh, she had a full concept art? Are you playing one of them or both? So I'm gonna play. Hmm. So so it doesn't matter which one I'm playing. Whether I play black or whether I play white, I'm playing the same character. At that point, I guess it would just be up to me which version I prefer. And I think I'm gonna go with white version because white version was the game I first played when Gen 5 came out. and then that would mean I would have to play White 2, since that's the direct sequel to White specifically. But yeah, so I don't. So like I said, I only plan on playing. I do plan on playing just one. So if I so say like in the Kanto games, I'm only gonna be playing red. I'm not gonna be playing blue as part of Project Herodotus. Now that's not to say that I won't stream me playing any of the other games, right? So for example, for Project Herodotus, I'm only doing this for Project Herodotus. However, if people because I will also want to stream doing challenge runs, right? Because before I went on hiatus, I was actually in the middle of a challenge run. That challenge run being, could I beat Pokemon Leaf Green as Green, the character, with her team as seen in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So I still want to do fun challenge runs like that. So say like if I want to do if I say like if I want to do a challenge run where it's like, oh, can I beat Pokemon Blue as Blue using his team, uh, as I sort of can't the I guess in the spirit of ADEF, for another Pokemon YouTuber, he does challenge runs where he's like, oh, he does a lot of challenge runs where he's like, oh, do these particular rival characters, can they actually reach this point in the story where you meet them, or in the case of like his Victory Road videos, he does like, can these Victory Road trainers actually make it to their spot in Victory Road. And that's a pretty cool challenge. I plan on doing something similar. It's just I want to focus more on like the major characters, and then later on I would also want to do like, can I win this Pokemon game as this trainer class. So similar to M&J TV, where it's like he did playing Pokemon Sky as or playing Sky playing Pokemon Y as a Dark type trainer. I'm gonna be the first Dark type gym leader of Kalos. That kind of thing. I want to do something similar where it's like I want to take a particular trainer class, and I want to see if they have what it takes to actually make it through to the Pokemon League. But that's in the future. But yeah, so for the purpose of Project Herodotus, I'm only playing just one of the pair, and as well as only one of the pair, and then I'm gonna play the third version, right? And then for the rest, for the pairs that I don't play, I can reserve those for challenge runs. So at least I will be able to play both versions, just not for Project Herodotus. All right, so where was I? Right, the mom from Black 2 and White 2. So the mom from Black 2 and White 2. This is what she looks like. I'm so glad for a full body render, even if it is from the concept art. But let's see. Eh, honestly, they're both they both are a bit fuzzy. Okay, so uh, once again, of the two characters here, right? Unlike Hilbert and Hilda, this it's not as well, ironically enough, black and white. Which characters look more related to this character? So you do have here, Nate at least has these little, I don't know what these things are called. They're not sideburns. They're not sideburns, so I can't call them sideburns. But he has these things here that match the mothers, right? But also Rosa also has these same things that also match the mother, right? So I think though, let me see. Deep brown eyes, blue eyes, white dragon. Okay. I was playing a little Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel, so I still kind of have some Yu-Gi-Oh on the brain from all of that. I had a really like very close match, a very stressful match prior to stream, and it's it's still in the back of my mind. Oof. Probably at the end of the stream, I'll probably show you guys a replay of that match because whoo, oh boy, that match was entirely stressful. But yeah, back to this though. Back to Pokemon. So brown eyes. Okay, not blue. She has blue eyes. He does not. He actually has the full brown eyes. So let's see. What else can we do? She's got buns. She's got double the buns of the mother. The mother has a giant bun in the back. Rosa has 2 buns on the sides. So does that's a bit tricky because now what does that say about who is more closely related to the mother character? I'll be honest. In this particular case, it's very tough because there's not a lot to go off of. I guess I would say more points would go to Rosa because her color scheme better matches the mother. But I would say that's not fair because technically his color scheme also matches. It's just more darker because us guys we tend to lean more towards darker colors because I don't know we just more often tend to like darker colors, more vivid colors rather than the lighter almost pastel like colors for females, right? So I don't know. It's kind of tricky, guys. She's also got the pink, but that could also be chalked up to the whole male female thing. Like women, girls and women tend to like pink more than guys. Trying to see what else could point them in one direction or the other. It's very tricky. It's very tricky. Hmm. Yeah. I'll be honest. I'll be honest, guys. I For this one, I am a little stumped. I am a little stumped to try to determine just based on character design, uh, which character is the should be considered the canon one. This is the toughest one out of them all so far. I still have 4 more generations of characters to try to go through. This one is a dealer's choice. Both are applicable, and that is the intended effect. Yeah, that is the intended effect. Uh, you could say the same thing about all the ones we just went over also previously. Mm, let's see. There's always an edge here, but there's always one thing here that gives a particular character an edge over the other. Can't find it right now. Yeah, again, just based on character design alone, both have a good both do have a good like connection to the mother character. Hmm. Okay. So I guess in this case, I will have to make an executive decision, right? So just based on color scheme as well, I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Rosa. Yeah, based on color scheme, I'm just gonna give it to Rosa because she does look closest to the mother, with the edge being the color scheme. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Rosa wins by a hair's breadth. Goodbye, sir. There we go. Oh, there we go. I'm very glad for this little tool that Google Slides does, where it tells me whether the image is centered or not in any which direction. It's such a good little Such a good little tool. If you want the secret VED lore, you share a name with Nate. Nice. That's really cool. So, so does that mean that when you play, if you played Black 2 and White 2, did you choose Nate because of that because of that reason? Like, of all reasons to play Nate, because Nate is not a very from all I gather, Nate is not a particularly popular character for whatever reason. That's as good as reason as any. Oh, the manga Nate. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Oh man, wait. No. Hold on. Didn't the manga change? Didn't the manga change Nate and Rosa and Nate's names to? Uh, hold on. I'm pretty sure they changed them to something silly. Wait a minute. Uh, Counterparts, animation, adventures. Okay, no, I was okay. No. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, good because I'm like, wait, I could have swore that they changed their name to like uh to Rosa's to like White 2 because the previous character's name was White. And like she had to be named White 2 and it's like that seems kind of silly. I think that might have just I think that might have just been like an early fans. I think that might have been an early fan sub before like the official translation. I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say that might have been it because I don't know why I thought that was her name up until recently. Hold on, maybe let me see if roll down here. Ah, yes. Okay, no, I'm not crazy. Here we go. All right. She is also referred to as in Japanese Waitu-chan. So Waitu-chan. That's funny. Or just Waiton. That is just so weird. That is just so weird. Howdy, babyface. Hey, Torn. Welcome, dude. Glad to see you in the chat. So to catch you up to speed, dude, I am making a right now. I'm working with you guys here in chat to make a framework and ground rules for Project Herodotus. All right. So as of next week's stream, I should be able to get started on version 2 of Project Herodotus. But this stream is all about trying to lay down the groundwork so that way everything moving forward from here will help us remain consistent. Right now we are set, and right now in this particular area, excuse me, in this particular part, we're trying to discuss who are the canon characters. We're trying to suss that out. So far, we've worked out for the Kanto games. It's obviously red because obviously that the games themselves say so. For the Hoenn games, we worked out that it's going to be Brandon, because he more closely resembles his parents than May would if she was the main character. For gold here, he looks exactly like his mother, so we ruled that he is the main character of Gold, Silver, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver specifically. And then for Crystal, that is a unique circumstance because Crystal is the only game in which Chris ever shows up or is an option. So to celebrate the fact that she is the first playable female character, I'm gonna have it so that way Chris is the canon main character of Crystal version only. And then we moved on to the Sinnoh games where we worked out Dawn is the canon character. For Black and White, we worked out Hilda is the main character. And then for Black 2 and White 2, we just worked out, or rather, I just made the executive decision that Rosa is the main character. It came really close. It came really close because just before you got here, I was going over the reasons why it's very close is because these two characters look so similar to the mother character that it was very hard to tell. I had to make an executive decision based on the fact that that Rosa has Rosa's color scheme matches that of the mother character. So it was like very close. All right, so let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and just type this here. Rosa. Which, by the way, I love the name. I love that they named her Rosa. I don't know. It just seems like a very fitting name. A canon character of Black. I'll just put BW2. BW2. That's how I always refer to them as, because it's a bit of a mouthful and a lot of characters to type Black 2 and White 2. So I'll just abbreviate it as BW2. All right, next up is Gen 6. All right, so Gen 6. I already know this is going to be a hassle. So let's see. We'll pull up Callum. And then we're going to pull up Serena. All right. Callum and Serena. Now, I will show you guys why this is going to be a hassle. I'm trying to find a good picture of her. This is about as good as any. All right. So, here's the reason why this is such a hassle. Neither of these two characters look like this person here. Like, at all. The closest, I guess you could say, is Callum, because he's at least a brunette. And Grace is also a brunette. But like, I don't know. Grace has what? Grace looks like she has blue eyes, not gray like what Callum has. So she's got blue eyes, but she's got like this what's the word I'm looking for? Rose gold? No, I don't think rose gold is the right name. But she's got this like ashen gray color. Right? Which is not at all what Callum's hair is. Callum's hair is not that color. And Serena's hair is definitely not that color, and her eyes are not blue. So neither of these two characters look like the mother character. So this is gonna be a bit of a hassle here. And unlike with Rosa and Nate, I can't glean anything from her outfit or her color scheme either. So yeah, this is gonna be fun, right? Nothing about Grace's character is informing me that either of these characters are related to her. Your methodology fails here due to the ability. Yeah, obviously because of that as well. Because this is also the first game to introduce character customization. The methodology here is not as sound. That's why in this particular case, I am erring on the side of the default look, not the character customization look, just the default look. But let's see. I guess I literally have to give it to Callum, because if nothing else, Callum has dark hair, just like Grace. Callum has at least dark enough hair to pass for Grace's hair color. Serena has no chance. Now, thing is, if I do say that if I do make the judgment call and say that Callum is the canon character of X and Y, all the Serena anime stands who I might get an earful from the Serena stands out there. Like, oh, but she's so popular. Yeah, she is very popular, but I'm not trying to go for popular. I'm not trying to go for outside influence popularity. I'm trying to go for just the base stuff. Let's see. And like I really would like to play Serena, because yeah, obviously Fennekin is my excuse me. Fennekin would be my my choice of starter for Pokemon X and Y. You know, but but I don't think that's gonna fly here. Let's see. Uh, hmm. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to make the judgment call. What game are you picking? I will have. Ugh, that's a good question. That is a good question. In this particular case, because of how the plot works, picking I would actually have to be conscious of which game to pick, right? So, hmm, that is because here, yeah, because the climax of X and Y is that Lysander uses what's left of the ultimate weapon's energy to launch a beam that lands back on the underground lab in Geosenge to try to either kill everybody in Y version or give everybody immortality to make them suffer through seeing a world that they try to change or something along those lines. And it's like I don't and it's like I don't know. Especially with certain revelations given in especially with certain revelations given in in ZA, the choice of which game to play here actually does kind of may actually matter in versus previously where they did not matter at all. Hmm. Uh, Manga naming could also sway you. You get Xavier or Yvonne. That's true. Hmm. What to do? What to do? All right. I'm gonna take a quick drink here first before before anything else, because I'm gonna finish my drink here that I was drinking before I started stream. Ah, wet. Damn it. Oh, and that was cold. That's even worse. Wet and cold. All right. Thorn. I like to think Lysander just got so mad he wanted to kill everyone. Yeah. I mean, I get that. That definitely sounds like the more logical thing to do than just be like, "Hey, I'm gonna make you guys all immortal." I mean, personally, for me, I think make forcing immortality on someone is a fate worse than death, which you know is worse. Uh, but it does sound more. It does sound more like it does sound like the logical conclusion that yeah, no, he would want to kill everybody. Let's see. The world had no fit, so it must suffer. He did not like the fit of the world. There was not enough drip. There was not enough drip going on, so he had to remedy the situation. All right. So okay. So I think what I want to do, right? Here's I think I'm gonna choose Y version, right? I want to choose Pokemon Y as the game that I will play for Project Herodotus. All right. And the reason why I'm going to choose Y is because according to how the ultimate weapon was created, right? The ultimate weapon was initially created to resurrect Floette, and it did that. Mission accomplished. Floette was resurrected. Awesome. However, AZ himself states that in his grief and rage, he changed the specs of the device and made it into a weapon of mass destruction, right? Now, he was the only one who knew how to do that. I don't think he put. I do not think that he put. That he wrote down how to change the ultimate. How to change the function of the ultimate weapon, right? Because because of all the research that Lysander did, I don't think he. I don't think what part of that research would have been the actual like schematics of. I don't think it would have been like the actual like in-depth schematics of the ultimate weapon to revert it back to the original like resurrection device. So I think with Lysander and according spoilers for those who have not played ZA or have not reached the point of Legend ZA to know about this. But according to the Team Flare files in the Lysander Labs in Legend ZA, uh, at the point where Lysander resolved to unearth the ultimate weapon, his mind was already to the point where he's sick of the world. He's so consumed by nihilism at this point, and oh, what's that? Oh shoot, what's that phrase? Where he's so sick of humanity. I forget the name. I forget the name of the word. I'm trying to remember because Doctor House from House MD. He's that misanthrope. There we go. I just remembered misanthropic. So yeah, the so Lysander was so consumed by nihilism and misanthropy that he resolved to kill people, not to preserve life, not to extend life, but to flat out annihilate people. So it makes sense, according to Lysander's mental state, to to preserve the destruction the destruction uh now I'm trying to remember the other word I'm trying to think of. The configuration. There we go. He it would make sense to him to preserve the destruction configuration of the ultimate weapon rather than revert it back to its prime directive of restoring life. So because of that, I'm going to go with Y version as the version I will be playing for Project Herodotus. I hope that makes sense for people. Because it took a little bit for me to rationalize it, and it makes sense in my head. But I hope the way I presented it to you guys, it makes sense that way. All right, cool, cool. Now with that out the way, I would have to figure out who is the canon main character of Y version, and in the most basic sense, that I can think of, I would make the executive decision to say that the canon main character of Y version would have to be Serena because look at her, she's Y coded. if, if she's Y coded, she's excuse me, burping here. She's Yveltal coded. Look at that, the black and the red. Versus Callum, who is very Xerneas coded with the whites and the blues. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the fact that she is the canon character for Y version specifically, as the version we are going to go through in Project Herodotus. I feel like that makes the most sense. All right, and if anybody disagrees, feel free to leave a comment in the archived VOD of this that I will upload onto my YouTube channel. Which, by the way, side note, I archived the last week's VOD onto the channel last week. So, if you haven't visited my YouTube channel yet, be sure to visit the YouTube channel. I believe I changed the display name to PokeProf Ramnus. Let me just double check here. I believe so. Yeah, so PokeProf Ramnus is the channel to visit. Here we go. Yeah, so youtube.com/@PokeProfRamnus, and that's where you can go to see the archived video. Hey! Hold up. Flame Fang Plays. Welcome to my stream. Thank you for the follow. Greetings, fellow human. Proceeds to drink an entire bottle of nitroglycerin. Well then, hope you don't end up with some explosive diarrhea afterwards. But yeah, welcome. I am Professor Ramnus, fringe analyst extraordinaire, and right now we're in the middle of laying down the groundwork for my personal project called Project Herodotus. Just to give you the very short summarized version, this is a project in which I'm doing a chronology of all the main series Pokemon games, right? And I'm trying to do this by doing this, I'm playing each game in the proposed timeline that's given in that's given from like deleted tweets and all that from the Terra League, right? And so right now we're in the middle of trying to figure out, as I'm playing these games, I have to play as the quote unquote canon main character of each game. In this particular case, we have worked out that the canon main character of the Kanto games is Red. The main character of the Hoenn games is Brendan. The main character of Gold, Silver, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver is Gold/Ethan. The main character of Crystal version specifically is Chris. For the Sinnoh games, it's Dawn. For Black and White, it's Hilda. For Black and White 2, it's Rosa. And we just now went through a whole lot of mental gymnastics to suss out that Serena is going to be the canon character of Pokemon Y version specifically. Is Pokemon ZA included? Yes. So the Legends games, according to, I think it was Game Freak, or it was either Game Freak or the Pokemon Company. I'm pretty sure it was the Pokemon Company, actually. According to the Pokemon Company, the Pokemon Legends games are considered main series games. So they will also be included in Project Herodotus as well. You recently got Pokemon ZA for Nintendo. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've played it. I recently just this week I beat the main story of ZA. To summarize, I really like the game. It's really good. There's a few points that I don't like about the game. But the good points far outweigh the bad. So all in all, I really like the game. I'm gonna be doing the post game probably next week as I try to clear all the side missions that I have built up when I completely abandoned them in the when I hit the climax. All right, but yeah, so let me go ahead and just get this here. Copy that. Arena. Wait, is it me or did it flip it? Yeah, holy crap! The image flipped. How did that happen? Why did the image flip? There we go. You've played Sword and Violet, Diamond, Legends Arceus, and ZA. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. I've played literally every game from every generation since the beginning. So, Pokemon Red version was my very first game that I played back in back when I don't even think I played during launch. I think I played back in like 1998. I know it was like I vaguely recall it being somewhat before Gen 2 released. But I did play Red first, and then I played Gold version shortly after. Impressive. Long before the yeah. I'm so despite how I look and despite how I sound, because whenever I hear myself in recordings, I sound rather young. I don't sound I don't sound like I'm my actual age, but despite my look and despite my looks and despite my voice, I'm actually I'm approaching my mid 30s. In fact, I just celebrated my birthday this past Sunday. So currently I am 33 years old. Hey, Starcrossed, Aura, Astra, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the Gengar emote. I love that emote. I worked hard on cropping that image. You joined the military in your early 30s? No, well, technically, I joined the military when I was 29, and I've been in the military. I have been in the military since then. I'm still in the military as of right now. I'm still literally in the middle of my contract. A good I still got like a good 3-ish years left. That's all you can say. Joke. Yeah, everything's going great. I'm just here yapping I'm here yapping chat's ear off over this project here. So just to catch you up, I'm getting a lot of people here. So just to catch you all up here right now I'm working on the rules and the framework of Project Herodotus. First thing we're working out is who are the canon characters, because as I'm playing each game, I have to play as the quote unquote canon character of that game. And so far, we all know that Red is the canon character of the console games. So that's easy peasy. Everything else though, I'd have to do lots of mental gymnastics. So for Brendan here, we've worked out that he is the canon character of the Hoenn games because he more closely resembles Norman and his wife better than May. For the Johto games, we have Gold or Ethan here because he looks exactly like his mother, and Lyra is more associated with Meryl than Gold is. For Chris, she's the canon character of Crystal version specifically, because this is the only game in which she appears. She doesn't appear in Heart Gold Soul Silver. She only is in Crystal. So I thought I'd give her the honor of being the canon character of the game she debuted in. And for the Sinnoh games, we've worked out Dawn is the canon character because she more closely resembles her mother than Lucas does. For Black and White, same reason. Hilda is the canon character for the same reason. She looks exactly like her mother. For Rosa, that one came down to the wire, but I had to make an executive decision that Rosa is the canon character because she has the same color scheme as her mother, because both Rosa and Nate kind of look like the mother character there. Serena, though, is different because as we just worked out like a couple minutes ago now, neither Callum nor Serena look like the mother character. So we had to come up with a creative way to try to figure out who would be the canon character of Kalos. And in this particular case, I figured out I've made the decision to say that Y version is the more canon version of events, due to the fact that the ultimate weapon is supposed to function as a weapon of destruction, not a weapon of prolonging life. Lysander wanted to end people's lives, like straight up. He was a nihilistic misanthrope at that point in time, and it does not make sense for a nihilistic misanthrope to just be like, "Hey, yeah, no, I'm gonna give you all eternal life just to suffer." That makes no sense. He wanted to end people, so going with Y version because that's what better lines up with his motives. And because we're choosing Y version as the canon version, that means that Serena is will have to be the canon protagonist because she has a color scheme that better matches that actually lines up with Yveltal, the legendary Pokemon, the Y one. So yeah, that's where we left off right now. I feel like I'm in a classroom, which makes sense with your name being professor. Oh yeah, class is less of a class because it's less of a teaching thing and more of like a more like uh like a brainstorming session for all of us. But yeah, if anything, if I have to teach anything, it's probably just like basic stuff, basic Pokemon stuff, or even just more in depth stuff that people have some questions about when it comes to the Pokemon games. But yeah, let me go ahead and fill these out here because I forgot to enter these. So Hilda is the main character because she looked exactly like her mother rather than Hilbert. There's that. For Rosa, uh, more closely resembles the mother than Nate. And I'm just gonna put here just bare. I'm gonna put here just. Come on, italicize that. There we go. Just barely. Just barely. There we go. All right. I have to get going for now, but have a great rest of your stream. Thank you. Well, I'm still glad you stopped by regardless. Thank you, Aura and Astra. You guys have a good day. All right, so Serena. We have canon character of X. Oh no, of Y version. All right, there we go. In fact, no. Canon character of the Kalos games. There we go. That's better. All right. So that takes care of Generation 6. Now we have to just move on to Generation 7. All right. So for Generation 7, we have Elio. We have Elio, and then we have Celine. And then we got to pull up the mother from Alola. Mom Alola. All right. Pull this up here. Okay, so let's see. If we were to, now, obviously for this one, this is also gonna be tricky because the mom in Alola is dark skinned, and I think that I'm pretty sure all evidence suggests that she's dark skinned because she's got a suntan because it's implied that she was a surfer when she was younger, so that makes a lot of sense. And the fact that she now moves and lives in a tropical island chain, she's gonna keep that tan for a good long while. All right, so Elio and Celine. Uh, Okay, so Elio and Celine. It looks. I guess we're gonna have to do the same thing we did with Callum and Serena, in that there are two different sets of games rather than two versions. Now we have two different sets of games in which the plot is very different from each other. So so in this particular case, I'm not sure. I'm kind of not sure which. I'm kind of not sure what to do here when it comes to Generation 7, right? So, because one of the two, one of these two sets of games has to be the more definitive version, right? So it has to be either uh it has to be either the original Sun and Moon version or Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Actually, no. No. Shoot. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon have to be the more they have to be the more canon version because of the fact that Dexio and Xena and Dexio have the Zygarde cube and there's that whole thing. There's that whole Zygarde collection thing. So it kind of sort of ties into uh Legend ZA, kind of. Let's see. Yeah, this one is also going to be really tricky. But okay, let's first of all, let's go with the original. Let's go with the original Sun and Moon first. Yeah, because the way we're going to do this is we're going to figure out which versions of these characters, which because obviously Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon have to be the actual canon version of events, right? So there, but at the same time, Sun and Moon still has information that Sun and Moon would still have information that carries over into Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, while they do make significant changes to the plot, there's also some information that remained consistent and carried over from Sun and Moon. So that being said, I'm still gonna play Sun and Moon. Now I just got to figure out who is the canon character of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and whoever is the canon character of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I might just have to do the opposite with the original Sun and Moon games. All right, so let's pull up Elio's Ultra Sun Ultra Moon design, and then we'll pull up Celine's. Okay, Sun and Moon Mom. Alrighty. Yeah. So not sure. So once again, we have a situation in which the two characters do not look anything like the mother character. All right. So let me see here. Aha! We have concept art. Let's go. We have concept art. Thank you, Bulbapedia, for uploading the concept art. This is great. Alrighty, so we have a better look at this. Alright, do we have a better look at this from this perspective? Yes, we do. Here is hers, and Elio's should also have his here, yeah? Yes? Yes? Bruh. If Elio doesn't have his concept sheet here. Ah, there we go. I was gonna crash out there for a minute, chat. Because I was like, why do they not have their concept art here? Although obviously the hair is different. They used the original hair in both of these. I'll be honest, I kind of like the original hair of Celine's in this outfit versus her other one. It actually kind of looks pretty good. Anyways, let's see here. So we have. Oh, I keep forgetting I can't do that. Got it. We have this, right? Gray eyes, followed by black hair. And I believe the same thing applies to him. The little boyo here. Yep, gray eyes. Okay, so not black, not like jet black hair, like what's implied with Celine. More kind of like Dawn, kind of like with Dawn. It does have a lighter shade to it. However, that doesn't matter because the mother character has brown hair. So it does not matter. The mother character has brown hair, so their hair colors do not matter. The mother character also has brown eyes, so their eye color also doesn't matter. This is a little frustrating, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Nothing about these helps in any way. Is there a thing where I can see him without his hat on? Maybe that should tell me something. I want to get a render of him without his hat. Well, I guess there's this, but like that's for the Ultra Sun Ultra Moon version. I need one for the Sun and Moon version. Let's see, let's see. Okay. All right. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think this works right here. I think this is the answer. Maybe. Maybe. This might be the answer that I'm looking for, chat. Uh, there we go. Mm, mm, mm. Hold on. Okay, so damn, this is still difficult. This is still rather difficult to determine here. Ugh. Yeah, there is absolutely nothing. There's nothing for me to work with here in terms of character design. Ramnus looking for his copium. Indeed, I am. Ah, okay. Oh man. Oh, I'm stretching out here. I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna put us on a brief break because I need to use the. I gotta use the latrine here in a minute. Like right now, actually. So I shall return in a few minutes. You hang out here. You hang out here while I do that, chat. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. All right. So, I did notice that during the break, you guys were in the middle. There was an ad that played. I, I've neglected it. I've unfortunately neglected to pay attention to the notifications on whether an ad is playing. So I do apologize for that. Uh, have ads been playing as I've been doing this? Like if it has, I gotta pay closer attention so that way I don't whenever I'm rambling on and on, I don't want you guys to like get I don't want the thing to get interrupted and you guys just all of a sudden drop in on me like, oh, now I'm moved on to this particular topic just because an ad break just happened to be playing. So yeah, hopefully that's not been the case. Something tells me that it has though, and that's a little annoying, a little bothersome. But that is something I will just have to pay closer attention to. Anyways, let us go ahead and continue where we left off. The manga gives you more of a lean that you are looking for. Moon, Selena's from Kanto, recently moved to Lola. This mirrors the game setup. Yes, true. And I'm pretty sure Masters also does also does something just like this. Oh, while I was gone on break though, I did take the time to try to make my background music a separate button on my Stream Deck. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that. I'm gonna put the background music on. Chat, if the background music is too loud or if it's too low, just let me know. Here we go. All right, hopefully, because I can I can barely hear it on my end. So let me go ahead and increase it just a little bit. All right. Okay, so I can now hear it on my I can now hear it a little bit of it on my end better than I could before. Let me know if that is too loud or too low for you guys. And while that goes on, I'm gonna go ahead and pop this back up. Actually, let me see here. Okay. Hopefully, good level for you. Awesome. Okay, great. Okay, so I went ahead and went on my other laptop here to see if I could finagle a way to make sure I keep my eye on when ads are playing. So hopefully that will help me. All right. Okay, back to where we were. So yeah, as you were saying, Veganox, the manga does kind of help here. Let me see. So if they had it so that way Celine is the one that is moving from Kanto. Let's see, Elio. Elio is son is a courier with the goal of earning 100 million yen for a certain purpose. All right, let's see. Wait, so he also is originally from Kanto. So hold on. Counterparts. Moon. Oh wait, no, it says here Moon is a girl from the Sinnoh region. Okay. Ah, hello, Mom. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can arrive. everybody say hello. Say hello to my mom in the chat, Mama Prof. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, it says here that she's her manga counterpart is actually from Sinnoh, not from Kanto. So, if we need to use that as a, if we look to that as a basis, then everything points to Elio rather than Celine. But you know what? Okay, hold on. Okay, so I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out, chat. All right. Here is what I'm thinking. Okay. One of the best things I've liked about all of the Alola games, both Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, because they there's this one thing I'm thinking of applies to both games. I like the fact that the relationship between your character and Hao is a direct reference to the relationship between Red and Blue from back in Kanto, except the roles are reversed, right? So think about it. Back in the Kanto games, who was the character that was always in the lead, that was always being chased after rather than the one doing the chasing? It was Blue. Blue was the character who was always in the lead ahead of Red, right? Now, think to the Alola games. In the Alola games, who's the one that's always in the lead, and who is the one that's always just behind them as far as like the island challenges, right? The player character, the main character, is always in the lead, versus Hao, who's always trailing behind them in the competition. So it's a mirror of Red and Blue's relationship, with the obvious exception being that Red and Hao and the main character are not antagonistic to with each other. Right. This game, we are the asshole rival. I mean, we're not really an asshole. I guess that's the part where I was getting at, is that unlike with Red and Blue, we're Hao and the main character are actually rather good friends. So there's that. I really did like that. It was a nice inversion of the relationship where you are the one that's always in the lead, with Hao the one always trailing behind you, coming in second. And unlike in Sun and Moon, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you actually do fight each other for the title of champion. So that is also really a really good extension of that inverted relationship that I've been talking about. So with that, I think that is a good enough reason for Elio to be the main character of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon specifically. Okay, so Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Elio is the main character, right? Because Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon it's the more canon version of events. So that's good, which means that we can make Celine the main character of the Sun and Moon games, since they don't matter so much. I think that's a good way to. I think that would be a good way to actually work that out. Yeah, because both characters, as far as design wise, for any other reason, any other avenue of approach here, they are both equal. But the thing that gives Elio the edge is what am I trying to say here? the thing that gives Elio the edge is that inverted relationship comparison with Red and Blue, who were both boys. So it would make sense for another pair of boys to be the center of focus, center of attention, what have you, right? So I think that works out. Yeah. So I'm gonna make Celine the main character of Sun and Moon, and then the trues, and then of course the in Ultra Moon, the more canon version of events, Elio is going to be the one that takes the lead there. All right, that works. I'm gonna go for that. Okay. So we'll do, and I'm gonna go ahead and put Celine's original design there. Copy. I move my mic here because in the way of my it's in the way of my left arm where I'm typing with. All right, here we go. So come on. Can you not just do the... Can you not remind me of that when I'm trying to just do the right-click paste, please? There we go. Alright, so here... I'm gonna go with Celine. Canon character of Sun and Moon. There we go. Jeez, to put a whatever reason here, it's on paper. On paper, the reason doesn't sound very rational on paper. In practice, though, or as I've just worked out loud, it makes sense. But if I put it on paper, I know it's not going to make sense. Celine, canon character of Sun and Moon. The reason why is because what I put here. Sun and Moon are not the canon versions of the Alola games? Sure. It sounds like a shitty reason compared... it sounds like a shitty reason on paper. Alright, here we go. By Elio, what big pixels you have. There we go. Alright, Elio. Canon character of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. You know what? That's a lot. I'm just gonna put Usum. Usum. U-S-U-M. Alright. I don't know why I did that. Alright. This one, relationship with how is an inverse of Red and Blue. Not relationship. Because that sounds too specific. Rivalry. There we go. Rivalry with How is an inverse of Red and Blue's rivalry. From the Kanto game. In the Kanto game. There we go. Because they're not those kinds of rivals anymore. All right. So, there we go. As I said, Celine here, sadly, on paper, the reason why she's not the canon character sounds pretty shitty compared to Elio, but that's how it works out. In this case, it is what it is. Again, I'm open to changing my mind if someone can provide with me like a better rationale, better rationale with good supporting evidence. If someone does that, and I agree, then it's gonna go through. Like, yeah, I'll change my mind about it. All right, so that's Gen 7. Now, Generation 8. We are getting close. We're almost done here. Okay. So, Generation 8, we have Victor. We've got Victor. And we have Gloria. All right. Victor and Gloria. Now let's pull up the mom from Galar. Because so far right now that is our starting line there. Does the character actually look like the mother? That's the low bar we're setting here. Mom Galar. There we go. Oh, okay. All right, Bulbapedia. I see. It's mum because it's English. Yeah. I got you. It's mum, not mom. All right, sure. Silly. Okay. So this is the mum character. All right, now let's compare and contrast, shall we? Okay, looking good so far. Oh, we gotta take your hat off, buddy, because I can't. That thing covers up most of your head. Here we go. Here's a better one. Yeah, there's a better look. Okay, so between you and you, let's see. Well, it looks like we have another example of both characters equally look like they are the actual child of the mother here, or like the blood relative, blood child. I was about to say blood child. Jeez. Biological child. There we go. That's what I was trying to go for. Oh, I can't believe I was gonna say blood child. Boy, that sounds like a pretty edgy way of putting it. Mother, I am your blood child. Okay. All right. Let's focus up. All right. Focusing. All right. Yeah, so like I said, they both by character design look like they are the biological children of the mother here. The blood child is pleased with the mac and cheese. That's so good. Mother, the blood child is pleased with the mac and cheese. Alright, okay. Yeah, so again, another situation in which the character design by itself is not a good indicator of who is going to be the canon character. They both have an equal shot here. So let's see. What would be a good indicator here? So I really feel like at this point, all the reasons that I can come up for these, the more recent the games, the more ass pully my rationale is gonna have to be. I see it now. I'm seeing it now. I'm just now realizing. The closer we get to the modern games, the more I have to do some mental gymnastics to be like, yeah, this character because XYZ reasons that really may or may not make any sense. Let's see. Okay, so I think I have something. All right, so the legendary Pokemon, right? The good doggos. We've got Zacian and Zamazenta, right? They canonically have genders. Despite the fact the game has them genderless, they do. The Pokédex does state they have genders. Okay, looks like okay, cool. I'm glad I set that up. So there's gonna be an ad here in the next couple minutes. So I'm keeping my eye on that. Anyways, so like I said, the two legendary Pokemon, each of them do have genders according to the Pokédex, not according to game mechanics. So Zacian is female, and Zamazenta is male. So I feel like I should align these characteristics with the characters, right? So that would mean that Gloria would have to be the one that goes with Zacian, and Victor would be the one that goes with Zamazenta, right? And this now it doesn't 100%, this doesn't 100% play out the way I want it to, because the thing is, if I have Victor get Zamazenta, then that means that Hop gets Zacian, who's female. Doesn't line up with the gender at all, right? But it works out with Gloria, because Zacian's female, Gloria's female, Zamazenta's male, Hop is male. So that lines up. But not if Victor is the one that gets Zamazenta. So I think what I'll do here, right, is I'm gonna make another executive decision and say I will make Gloria the canon main character of Sword and Shield. Casey Shield and Henry Sword for the manga names. Really? Casey and Henry, with the last names being Sword and Shield. Well, it's certainly a lot better than Swordward and Shieldbert. That's for damn sure. At least those are plausibly normal sounding names, and not names pulled out of an ad-libs thing. Let's see. Okay, so actually it looks like an ad is about to start here in about 10 seconds. So I'm gonna wait for you guys to come back. I'll see you guys on the other side. Okay, so I'm not... Oh, there we go. All right. So, it says here that the ad break is over. So, if y'all are back, then for those of you who went through the ad break, if you're back, then we are going to continue from here. All right. So, like I was saying, just to briefly recap. So, Gloria is going to be the main. I'm deciding that Gloria is going to be the main canon character for Sword and Shield because of arbitrary things like genders aligning with the legendary Pokemon, and yeah, there we go. She's a girl, Zacian's a girl, Zamazen's a boy, Hop is a boy, and so that's what we're gonna go with. Yeah. Oh boy, I feel like I'm gonna catch some flack for that, but it is what it is. I've got a severe case of it is what it is. All right, let's get back here and grab this. And plus, who doesn't love the possibly Scottish lass here? There we go. Okay. Put here. We have Gloria. Canon character of Sword and Shield. All right. Okay. All right. Genders of it's so weird. It's so weird when I actually type it out. Genders of legendary Pokemon. Oops. Genders of legendary Pokemon align with Gloria and Hop, respectively. That sounds like such a shitty reason. I really do wish there was a better reason. I really do wish there was a better reason. Whoops, I accidentally hit the wrong thing there. There we go. And hey, when I grow my thing out? All right, there we go. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, it just sounds like such a shitty reason on paper. Okay. Let's get through the next one. All right, the next one being the Gen 9 protagonists. Florian. And Juliana. Okay, so, oh boy, Gen 9, Paldea. Okay, so this one is gonna be real fucky because the plot of Scarlet and Violet involves time travel, kind of. Also, multiverses. Kind of. Oh, man. Okay. Ugh. You know what? Okay. Nope. I'm not gonna overcomplicate this. I can already look at these two. I can already look at these two and tell which games are which. But first, let's clear the low bar, yeah? Let's clear the low bar and just look at the Paldean mom. Which, oh boy. Man, she is quite a looker. Alright, so looking at the Paldean mama. Both children do look like they can plausibly be her biological children. So, cool. We have cleared that bar. Now, let's ignore all of that because obviously we already have our answers right in front of us. Their default art. So Florian's default art is that of what was it? Uva Academy is the one in Violet. And then I forget the name. I forget I forget what the name was in Scarlet. But so Florian looks like he's wearing the Uva Academy uniform. So Florian is the canon character in Violet, whereas Juliana is the canon character in Scarlet. The hamster wheel is turning so fast I can see the smoke. Ah, yes, that would be the that would be the Morpeko doing aura wheel while it's hangry. Naranya, thank you, Naranya. I could not for the life of me remember the name. Naranya Academy. So yeah, Juliana obviously has the Naranya Academy uniform, whereas Florian has the Uva Academy uniform. There we go. You know, clear as day. But we got that. Now here's the part where it returns to being tricky. Which version of events do I go with? Like which version do I play for Scarlet and Violet? Do I play do I play Scarlet version, or do I play Violet version for Project Herodotus? One of these two things has to be the true version of events, unless we get a third game or a sequel game or something that acts like a third version in which it's a revision of these two games. I would very much appreciate that, because in fact I would very much appreciate the return of third version installments for that very reason. You know, you've got two games, and then you've got a third game that is a revision that combines aspects of the two games into one, like, cleaner narrative. You know, so yeah, like with Crystal, like with Emerald, like with Platinum, same game, cleaner narrative, with elements of both versions. Pokemon Days of Future Past. No, not Days of Future Past. That means that I guess that means that, you know, I guess that would mean that the Violet version is more canon because, you know, they're the ones that would have a future overrun by robots. So someone has to go back in the past and be like, no, we have to prevent the robot Pokemon from, you know, polluting the past time stream or whatnot. Game Freak should really learn how to make one game before they try their hand at third versions again. I mean, in terms of like game development, yeah, because I don't want games to come out, you know, all buggy and stuff, you know, looking like ass. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't do third versions anymore, because again, as I've laid out, third versions provide an opportunity to provide a clearer version of the narrative that was already laid out by the paired versions. So, please, Game Freak, bring back third versions. They really are awesome. All right, excuse me. Beast of Reincarnation might show Nintendo is more the problem than them. Beast of Reincarnation. Oh yeah. Beast of Reincarnation. That's the non-Pokemon Game Freak game that looks really good. Yeah. Okay. All right. So again, circling back to the issue at hand of which game should I play for the purpose of Project Herodotus. Because both versions of the game are completely valid. There's nothing to suggest that either of them are not the canon version of events. And plus, if there can be a third version of Scarlet and Violet, I would say that there's definitely some plot holes that could be filled in terms of some of the stories found in the game currently, right? Like, off the top of my head, I can think of, I want to say two. I can think of two plot holes that I would certainly like answered. I would certainly like answered in terms of like what a third version could remedy. First and foremost, the question of Arven's other parent, not the professor parent, but the other parent that left the professor while Arven was a child, and apparently just never came back. That was kind of messed up of them. So if there were to be a third version, I would like for there to be either a retcon in which the other parent never left, or B a third version that brings back the parent that left as a prominent character. Right? Like, oh yeah, no, I came back. The reason why I left is because, you know, XYZ reasons. I think if I remember correctly, it was explained that the reason why the other parent left is because they could not stand the professor character continuing to go off the deep end when it came to the Paradise Protection Protocol. So I think that's what it was, and while that is understandable, I don't think that's necessarily the correct. I don't necessarily think that's right for the narrative, because then you just be like, oh well, cool. The parent just straight up left, and nothing comes of that at all. And it's very obvious to anybody with anyone who's not blind, that Professor Sada and Professor Turo they're supposed to be Arven's mother and father, like, respectively. So, it's just that in one version of events, one of those people is not a professor. At least I don't think so. Hell, it could just be that a third version would make it so that way they're both professors, and they both use the time machine at the same time to bring both future and past Paradox Pokemon into the world. So that way, you know, in one game you can get both future and past Paradox Pokemon. Who knows? That could be a potential angle for a third version. But absent parents are part and parcel for Pokemon. Yeah, but at the very least, you know, the absentee parent in Pokemon, we're never given any answer as to whether or not the absent parent it was, you know, absent due to circumstances, or if it was due to their own choice. Like, this is I believe this with Arven, this is the second time that a Pokemon character, like a human character in the Pokemon games, is confirmed to be an absentee parent, like, by choice. The first was Giovanni, obviously, because he abandoned Silver after losing to an 11-year-old boy in a Pokemon battle. And of course, this being the second case, where one of Arven's parents just straight up ditches him to be left alone with the other parent that they believed is going crazy from their science experiment. Yeah, parent of the year, that one. My dad is just out for the milk. He's gonna come back. Oh yeah. Mom and Dad just went to the store to pick up some moo milk. They'll be back. Yeah, they'll be back for sure. All right, so, oh boy, I think for this one I would have to flip a coin, because honestly I can't even make an executive decision here. There's nothing for me to glean that there's nothing for me to glean here at all that can have me like, oh yeah, no, this tiny detail gives me the edge I need to say this one is more canon than the other. Both games are equally plausibly canon in all respects. My God, Gen 2 is the only game where we have a stable household. Gen 2? You mean the one where you have just your mom, and your mom is kind of sort of fiscally irresponsible with the money you save and send her? You talking about that household being stable? I mean, at least in I would say Gen 3, because, you know, both parents are present, and you can assume that the income is coming from Norman and his job as gym leader. Despite the fact that he's not home most of the time, I'm assuming because he dedicates a lot of his time to the gym, so that way he can make the money he earns and sends it home. Sorry, Gen 3 was thinking about... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought you might have been thinking about Norman instead. Alright, so I think... Okay, I think with this one, this is gonna be different. Because this is the most recent Pokemon game, like the most recent standard traditional Pokemon game to date, I think I'm gonna leave this one alone until the next generation pops up, because it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while before I get to Scarlet and Violet with Project Herodotus. I've got a lot of games to burn through before I even touch these games. And that would include both Legends games. So up to this point, at the time of this stream, that would have to include playing through both Legends games before even getting to Scarlet and Violet as well. So yeah, I got quite quite amount of buffering time between now and Scarlet and Violet. So I think for now, I think I'll just leave these games alone. But I will mark down that Scarlet. I will mark down that Florian is the canon protagonist to Violet, and Juliana is the canon protagonist to Scarlet. Not touching Let's Go. I will touch Let's Go. So yeah, I'm glad. So yeah, you brought up a good point. I should have also brought up Let's Go. So because Let's Go, as I discovered in the last time I streamed Let's Go Pikachu, I discovered that yeah, there is actually some good information to be found in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee in terms of timeline stuff. So yeah, but that one's gonna be pretty easy. Chase, that one's gonna be pretty easy because Chase, I'll just say right now, Chase is the canon protagonist of Let's Go Pikachu. Elaine is the canon protagonist of Let's Go Eevee, because Chase is meant to be more Ash-like, so he's the one that gets Pikachu, and Elaine just gets Eevee since she's the other character, and Eevee is the other, quote unquote starter. So yeah. That one's too easy, but I will also put that down in the slide. So copy this. All right, there we go. All right, so Florian. The tiny 11-year-old human. Oh, that reminds me. I probably should find good voice modulator app. I can't remember the voice modulator app I had last time where I made like a Pokédex Dexter voice filter. That was pretty good. I gotta find that again. A canon character of Violet. I keep forgetting. I don't need to do that. Gotta do this. All right. Default character art shows him in UVA Academy uniform. Don't blame me, blame Game Freak for doing that, because yeah, I know there's other artwork of both of those characters in the other Academy uniforms. However, these are their defaults. Their character renders here is their default look. That's the one I'm going for. Alright, so there's that. Okay. Let me change this here. 332. Meet the canon characters. Alright, there we go. Next. Okay, copy you. Also, I do want to say, I do kind of like Juliana's art here, because she's got the little Padawan, she's got the little Star Wars Jedi Padawan little hair braid here. I don't know, I just find that kind of cool. Like, huh, didn't expect to meet a Padawan out here in the Pokemon world. Juliana. Alright, so Juliana, and then canon character of the canon character of Scarlet version. Okay. Default character art. Hold on, what did I write for this one? Shows. Default character art shows her in a Naranja Academy uniform. There we go. All right. That's those two. All right. So, Legends Arceus. Okay, as we Legends Arceus, we said that we worked out that Dawn, since Dawn is the canon protagonist of the Sinnoh games, and the fact that the main character of Legends Arceus is a very Lucas / Dawn looking character that travels back in time. I'm gonna say that our canon character of Dawn is also going to be the canon character of Legends Arceus. So with this one, I'm gonna grab the artwork of Akari. That's right, that was her name. Copy. I speak for the ghost of strategist, Legends, but. All right, there we go. Okay, Dawn. Canon character of Legends Arceus. Dawn is the canon character of modern Sinnoh games. Main character is a Lucas Dawn look-alike. I'll just say MC is a Lucas Dawn look-alike that gets thrown back in time. Systematic backer B. Oh, that. Aha. So we have ourselves here a bot. A bot has entered the chat. Alrighty. You know what? That's okay. That's okay. I got him. There we go. Be gone, bot! Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. Bot has been taken care of. Back to where we were. All right. So Dawn is the canon character of the modern Sinnoh games. Main character is a Lucas Dawn lookalike that gets thrown back in time. All right. Yep. Good a reason as any. All right. Next up is Legends ZA. All right. So, Legends ZA is kind of tricky, guys, because number one, I haven't fully finished the game, so I've got absolutely nothing to go on as to whether, as to try to determine which one is the canon character. Paxton and Harmony, right? Yeah, so... And I absolutely have nothing to go on to... Yeah, like I said, I've got nothing to go on to try to determine which of these characters is the canon character to Legend ZA. For one thing, Legend ZA is way too brand new. Like I said, I'm still playing it. I have not fully flipped the game yet. So, there's that. There's also the fact that there's nothing in the game that I've played so far that that would point in any which direction as to which of these two is the more canon character. Right? So, yeah. I think this is just gonna be another I think this is just gonna be another situation in which I'm probably gonna leave it. I'm gonna have to leave this one alone because it's so recent. We're still in the middle of the ZA cycle. So, okay. Yeah. Game's too new. Game's too new. We're still in the middle of the game. So we're still in the middle of the release. We're still in the middle of the release cycle. So can't say one way or the other. All right, that takes care of that. So I guess we'll move on to Chase and Lane. What's funny is, actually no, with Chase and Elaine, yeah, they fill out the last two slots here. All right, but yeah, actually no, because I'm only gonna play Let's Go Pikachu. Yeah, I'm only gonna play Let's Go Pikachu for Project Herodotus. I don't need to play Let's Go Eevee because there's no significant differences between the two versions. So yeah, I don't need to worry about that. It's just Chase. It's just Chase. That's the main. That's the canon protagonist to Let's Go Pikachu. The naming is doing the split. Not that it matters for Legends. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. The naming of Paxton and Harmony doesn't really matter in the grander scheme of things. Because remember we're working off of the we're working off of the assumption that Y is the canon version of events, since there's technically no Pokemon Z. Legend ZA is the closest Pokemon Z we're getting. So yeah, it really doesn't matter. There's nothing about X and Y that would that points us in any which direction for these two. Alrighty, so Chase, there you are. Copy. Paste. There we go. All right, so we have here Ace. Canon character of Let's Go Pikachu. All right, and then character art default Chase with Pikachu, marking Chase as the red / ash stand. All right, there we go. Okay. And this one. And then character of A. Okay, I'll put here game to recent. Game to recent. Canon character status to be determined. So copy that. Oh, I don't know why that flipped. That's so weird. I'll put you there, and then I'm gonna put you here, the other, just on her left. There we go. All right. All right, there we go. So, that is... So that is, that's gonna be all the canon characters so far. All right. So, we've got, once again, just to briefly recap, we've got Red, Brendan, Gold, Chris, Dawn, Hilda, Rosa, Serena, Celine, Elio, that's the one that matters. Elio, Gloria, Florian or Juliana, Dawn again, Chase, and then Paxton and Harmony to be determined. So there we go. That's all set up, and that's just one of the rules that we did. Oh man, we've spent what? Let me see here. 3 hours and 40 minutes just working through just this one rule set. Okay. There's another rule set we have to take into consideration, though, right? So if we've got canon characters, then the next thing we have to take into consideration is there a reason you have Gen 3 before Gen 2? Yes. The reason I have Gen 3 before Gen 2 is because it is widely accepted, including me. I'm one of those that accepts this. That according to the Miyamura Matsumiya, there's this famous deleted tweet by one of the writers of Game Freak, and the tweet contained the basic timeline of events between the Kanto games and the Kalos games, since X and Y was the most recently released game at that point when the tweet was made. And so the tweet stated that the Kanto games come first, and then the Hoenn games are more or less at the same time as the Kanto games, followed by the Johto games, which is obvious because the Johto games canonically take place 3 years after the Kanto games. And then like again, it says, in fact, here I'll just pull it up here. I don't want to flub it. So, what is it? Pokemon timeline deleted tweet. There we go. Images. All right. There we go. So yeah, Matsumiya. I'm gonna blow this up a bit bigger. Thank you, Dr. Lava. Again, guys, Dr. Lava is a really great archivist when it comes to all this information. So, if you're ever interested about some behind the scenes things for Pokemon, he's the guy to visit. All right, so here we go. Yeah, so it's Matsumiya. Matsumiya Toshinobu. He was the one who made this tweet and then later had to delete it. Lava is the real GOAT. He really is. Like, he really is. Much props to him for going through all the effort of archiving, you know, deleted tweets, old interviews that were only released in Japan and not in internationally. So yeah, much props to the guy. So yeah, anyways, this tweet here. So we have here red and green. This symbol here, meaning that it roughly takes place at the same time as here, RS, Ruby and Sapphire. Then comes gold and silver. And then around the same time is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. And then after that is Black and White. And then after that is Black and White 2, followed by around the same time was X and Y. So that's the reason why I'm having Hoenn before Johto. Because I'm not going by generational order. I'm going by this order proposed by one of the actual writers in Game Freak. But not only that, hang on. Pokemon timeline slide. Where was it? Ah, here we go. This is the one. Okay. So this particular, so we had this, right? We had this. We had the deleted timeline from writer Matsumiya Toshinobu. All right, and then last year? Come last year with the Terra leak, we then got a slide that we then got a slide that was dated back to Black and White. So with this slide, it very much confirms what was already talked about. Oh, it confirms what this deleted tweet was saying. So you have red. You've got red and green, blue and Pikachu, the special Pikachu, so yellow version. So red, green, blue, Pikachu. All right, and then Ruby, Sapphire, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Emerald. So you've got all of these on the same line. So same thing as here. They are roughly at the same time, according to what's being displayed. Then 3 years later, you've got Gold and Silver. You know that's canon. It's established in the Johto games that it's 3 years after the Kanto games. But then you have here Heart Gold. Then you have Heart Gold, Soul Silver, right? Remakes. Now this one specifies this right here. Ato skoshi. So so this one's saying shortly afterwards. So not unlike this one, where it's saying that it's roughly around the same time, right? This one is saying that the Sinnoh games take place shortly after the Johto games. And then this one is this right here is particularly important. It says here, DP kara junen ato kurai. I believe my Japanese is kind of rusty, so I think I said that correctly. DP から10年後くらい. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said that correctly. anyways, basically this translates to around 10 years after Diamond and Pearl. So Black and White takes place is set around 10 years after Diamond and Pearl, which is not specified in this tweet because it just has the arrow. Just like how this arrow doesn't specify 3 years later, it just says arrow. So this is what I'm going off of. This and this. Now there is part of the reason why I'm doing Project Herodotus is because I feel like there's some discrepancies that make these timelines not 100% accurate, right? For instance, I don't believe that I don't think Red and Green. I don't think the Hoenn games and the console games take place around the same time. I do think that the Hoenn games do take place somewhat close in proximity to the console games, but not exactly the same time. I don't think so. I think there's like 1 or 2 pieces of evidence that would point that out as not being the case. But again, that's why I want to do Project Herodotus. I want to play through those games to try to either support or disprove my theory or my hypothesis on the chronological relationship between these two sets of games, right? And that's really the purpose here. So, and yeah, pretty much that's what I'm going off of. All right, so like I was saying, back here, so we just did like who the canon characters are. So let me change this here. Meet the canon character. And then all right, so yeah, we just did canon characters. So logically, the next thing we have to figure out before we as the next rule set is what are their teams? Like, obviously, like their teams can be whatever. However, I think again we're working off the fact that these are not power fantasy characters. We're looking at this through the lens of these are actual characters with their own personalities, their own aspirations and whatnot. Yeah. So like Red, for example, again, Red being the standard. He has a canon team, right? Like it's plain as day. He has a canon team, and I'll pull it up right now. Oh wait, here we go. So yeah, here we go. Red has a canon team. In Gen 2, his canon team was Pikachu, Espeon, Snorlax, Blastoise, and the 3 Kanto starters, right? Heart Gold Soul Silver changes it up slightly by swapping out Espeon for Lapras. Okay, everything else remains the same, and since then, it has continued to remain the same. Right? So there you go. 3 Kanto starters, Pikachu, Lapras, Snorlax. So using red as the base here. Oh, hold on, sorry. Almost forgot. In Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, so before Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, all these canon teams are from after Red has already completed his journey in the Kanto games. But what we want to know is what was his canon team during the Indigo League Challenge? Well, thankfully, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee gives us an idea of what his canon team was. So let's go. I'm going to go ahead and disable the 4-star page here. There we go. All right, so Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee says that this was his canon team. His canon team being Pikachu, Machamp, Arcanine, Lapras, Snorlax, and Venusaur. Now this is interesting because if you look at most art when it comes to Red and what starter he's associated with, it's always, or not always, but it's more, the Bulbasaur line is more, pops up more than any other line. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's never seen with a Squirtle or anyone from the Squirtle line. He's always seen with either the Bulbasaur line or the Charmander line. And here's what I'm talking about. Hey, Dad! Thank you for popping up in the stream, guys. Say hello to Papa Prof. He's well, it's getting kind of late. It's getting kind of late back home, so yeah. Hopefully you're not skipping out on rest, Dad. All right. Let's see. So yeah, let me pull up some old art here from the Pokemon games. So here we go. This classic one right here, right? You have these. You've got all the three characters. You've got Red, you've got Blue, and then you've got this character who would later be Green. All right. So you see here, Red is holding on to Bulbasaur, so that means that his starter in this artwork is Bulbasaur. In here you have over here you have Blue with a Charmander, so he chose Charmander, which makes sense because Blue always chooses the starter that's stronger than yours. So in this case, Charmander was the logical choice if Bulbasaur was Red's starter. And then, of course, whoever was left would have gone to whoever was left, which was Green in this case. Okay. Now, here's art of Red having Charmander. So let's keep it tally here, guys. Let's keep it tally, right? Recuperating from martial arts class. Yeah, definitely take it easy there, Dad. You're certainly getting up there in years, so be sure to take it easy. All right, so yeah, like I said. One tally for One tally for Red having Bulbasaur and for Blue having Charmander. Another tally for one tally for Red having Charmander, and then this next one here. Look at that. You have Blue with Charmander again, and Red with with Bulbasaur. So you've got tally it up. You got. In fact, let me tally it up here because I forgot I have a sticky note app. Wait, can you guys even see the... I don't even think you'll be able to see it. No, you won't be able to see it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, stop it. Just do that, and then close it. Alright, there we go. Yeah, you guys were not able to see that. There was just a huge chunk of space that went up there. Alright, so... Instead, I'll just put it up here. Right? I'm gonna insert a new... Put it up here. Alright. So, actually, I'm gonna... New text box right here. Text color white. Alright, so we'll do Bulbasaur, and then we'll do Charmander, and then we'll do Squirtle. Alright, and these are the tallies. These are gonna be I'm going to tally up how many times each starter pops up with Red. So we already ran into two pieces of artwork of promotional material that has Red with Bulbasaur, one with Charmander. I'm gonna close these since I'm done with those. All right. Now there was that one piece of art right here. We don't know who this Charizard belongs to, right? This Charizard is standing dead center in between Red and Blue, so we don't know whose is whose. We could definitely surmise that Pikachu is with Red here because he's standing behind Red's leg and not standing in between him and Blue and not standing close to Blue. But Charizard back here, it's ambiguous. All right, but here we have blue with Charizard, a one-horn Charizard. That's interesting. So at one point, Charizard was meant to have one horn. All right. So, anyways, oh, I put myself with a sad face. There we go. All right. It looks like an ad is going to start here soon in about in a few minutes. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that. All right. So like I was saying, all right, we've got blue here with Charizard, so that means that red will have red. Logically means that means red here has Bulbasaur. So going here, there we go. It's assumed, but it's a safe assumption because logic. And I need to, after stream, I have to take these hotkeys off my number pad and onto my stream deck because that's gonna be annoying. All right. All right, so this next one here. Oh, hey, look at that. Red has an Ivysaur, so add that to the tally. We're adding that to the tally. All right. Yeah, sorry guys. If you see me like toggling things on and off on myself here, it's because my all the toggles that I have are assigned to my my number pad, and I forgot to put it on my stream deck. So things are gonna look a little weird as I'm doing this. Alrighty. So already, the Bulbasaur line has a pretty good lead. Alright, these other ones here have Pikachu, this one here has Charmander, and this is specifically red from Fire Red and Leaf Green. So, we're going to count that towards the Charmander count. Alright. That picture has him with like a snow statue of all three starters. This one has him with the Charmander line. Yeah, so I don't want to futz with my number. I don't want to futz with my number pad anymore because it's going to get annoying to just constantly flip back and forth. All right, so we're going to count. That's three for Charmander. That's 4 for Charmander, 5 for Charmander. This one is ambiguous. 6 for Charmander. We're not going to say we're not going to count this one because this is adult red. So he would have already had Charizard on his team regardless. We're counting this one. This one's ambiguous. This one's ambiguous. This one's ambiguous. This one has him with Bulbasaur, so that's 5 for Bulbasaur. This one has him with Venusaur, so that's 6. So it's tied up. So it looks like we're all tied up. 6 Bulbasaur, 6 Charmander. Now, despite the fact that hold on, the ad break is about to begin here. All right, see you guys on the other side. Yeah, yeah. See you guys on the other side. All right. Welcome back, those of you who, excuse me, those of you who went on the ad break. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. Sorry for if it seemed like it was a little bit weird as we were in the middle of the ad break. I pressed the wrong key, so I was just trying to fix it. All right. So, like I was saying, so because the artwork and the promotion artwork has equal parts Charmander line and Venusaur line, we need a tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker is rather easy, because here's what we can look at. This is when we can actually use outside media sources as a tiebreaker. And what do I mean by that? Well, I will show you here in just a moment. So, in Pokemon Adventures, right? The manga adaptation of the video game, we have Red with the starters, but which starter did he get? Well, it's a bit tricky because it's it's not tricky. It's just a little convoluted. Is not the word I want to choose, but it's the best one I can come up with right now. Red didn't have any of the traditional Kanto starters at first. His first Pokemon was a Poliwag that evolved into a Poliwhirl before the story begins. So it wasn't until he helped Professor Oak wrangle up all the Pokemon that escaped his lab that he chose a starter. And the first starter that he picked up was a Bulbasaur. So, in all intents and purposes, the Bulbasaur is his Kanto starter. So there we go. That's outside source number one. That says Red's starter is Bulbasaur. Now there's another piece here. Hang on a minute. Let me try to pull this up here correctly. Was it? Oh wait, hell no. No, not Pocket Monsters. That is a weird piece of Pokemon media. Let's not do that. Maybe Zensho? But Zensho is more based off of the anime. Yeah, Zensho is more based off the anime than the games, so. But speaking of anime, let's see. Speaking of the anime, there we go. I believe Ash Ketchum, his of the 3 starters that he actually picked up, I know that in the very first episode he was mulling over which Kanto starter to pick, and I believe his first choice was supposed to be Squirtle. It was either Squirtle or Charmander, and neither of those panned out. Let me see if I can. Let's see. Ash began his journey. He's forced to accept the Stubborn Pikachu as his first Pokemon because he woke up the day he was lazy. Okay. Okay, so no, this little blurb does not mention at all what his what his original Pokemon wanted to be. But he did. Let's see, where is it? No. Okay, here we go. Ash would go on to obtain the remaining Kanto first partner Pokemon. In Bulbasaur in the Hidden Village, Ash and friends found and protected a Bulbasaur. So he ran into Bulbasaur first, and he managed to add Bulbasaur to his team before the other 2 starters, because then came Charmander and then came Squirtle. Alright, so even in the anime, Ash's first Kanto starter, technically, is Bulbasaur. So we have outside sources that help break the tie between Charmander and Bulbasaur. So this all tracks. Okay. Now you might be asking, well, what about the others? What reason do they have? What reason are the others? Well, I will show you here in just a moment as soon as I pull this back up. Here we go. Okay, so that explains Venusaur. Pikachu is obvious because, mascot, but also people like to I hear some people try to say that he didn't pick up this Pikachu until he reached the power plant, and I'm just like, no, not at all. Y'all do remember that Viridian Forest has Pikachus, right? Like, yeah, it's a rare Pokemon in Viridian Forest. Like, if I remember correctly, like 5%, a 5% chance to encounter it in the forest, but it's a non-zero chance. So Red could definitely have picked up Pikachu in Viridian Forest. So that pans out. Next up, you have you've got the Lapras, right? Lapras is easy. Lapras is the gift Pokemon that you receive at Silphco in the middle of the Team Rocket raid. Snorlax can be either of the two Snorlaxes in that you find in the overworld. So either the one that's near Vermilion City or the one that's near Celadon City. So it could be either one of those two. I think his canon one is the one that's closer to Vermilion City. I think. I think Masters says something like that. I know in the manga, the Snorlax he catches is the one that's close to Vermilion City. But I don't know if that applies to the. I don't know if that's also applicable to the game version. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, I don't think it matters. The Snorlax is on his team. No, Red actually went to Sinnoh and caught a Munchlax on one of those stupid honey trees. Nah, bro, you're thinking of Barry. Barry's, he was very lucky. He got that like 1%, that 1% Munchlax chance. That dude was extremely lucky. Alright, so yeah, that explains Venusaur, Pikachu, Lapras, and Snorlax. Now, what are the other two? Why Machamp and why Arcanine? Well, Machamp, I can only assume that Machamp is probably his strength user. Now, Snorlax could also use strength, and if he did give him strength, that'd be a pretty smart move because strength is a normal type move, so you get that stab bonus. But I believe that I believe Red would try to take advantage of Snorlax's default moveset of, rest, snore, sleep talk, all of that. So I don't think he would be the Red's strength user. I would believe that job would go to Machamp, and plus Machamp is not a bad Pokemon to have in terms of Pokemon to have on your team. He's a decent fighting type. And let's see, he would definitely be good against Giovanni's Pokemon, both his Team Rocket team as well as his Gym Leader team. Let's see. He'd be good against Bruno, but he would not be good. He would be good against, maybe Dugong against Lorelei's team, but definitely not against. Definitely, he'd be trash against any other of Lorelei's Pokemon. Plus, definitely not anything with Agatha, and definitely not anything with Lance. So. Machamp, I could definitely see Machamp as just a strength user. However, Arcanine, I believe Arcanine is significant. Now, why do I think this? Well, I think it's because Arcanine, Red having Arcanine on his team potentially serves as a bit of storytelling. let me show you what I mean. Let me pull up. Where is he? There we go. I'm gonna pull up blue here. As soon as it loads. There we go. Alright, now, here we go, guys. I need y'all to pay attention very closely here. Alright, so, again, we're working off of the assumption that if red chooses Bulbasaur, then that means we have to look at every team that blue has if he's got a Charmander. So, here we go. If player chooses Bulbasaur, we'll expand this one. Okay. So, notice here, no Arcanine, right? You've got Charizard, no Arcanine. But also, if you see any of his other teams, what do you see? He's got an Arcanine. There it is again. Right? So, Arcanine, Charizard. All right. Now let's look at the Johto games. Arcanine, no Charizard. Okay. Again, Charizard, Arcanine. All right. And then Gym Battle, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Arcanine. And look at that. Oh, even a Machamp. His rematch team still has Arcanine, still has Machamp. Okay, Black 2, White 2. Still has Arcanine. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Still has Arcanine, including Machamp. Alright, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Charizard, no Arcanine. So, with all of that, what exactly would that say to you, chat? The fact that whenever he has a Charizard, he never has an Arcanine. And vice versa. Whenever he has an Arcanine, Charizard is nowhere to be found. Instead, it's a different starter. Now, hopefully y'all got the little message that that if Blue has Charizard, then he has Fire type coverage. And without Charizard, Blue needs Fire type coverage on his team. So that's where Arcanine comes in. Arcanine is the Fire type coverage. Now, who do we know? And the only time he doesn't have, again, assuming that the chosen starter for Green is Charmander. Which points did we see that he did not have his starter? That's right. Every game that was not the Kanto games. So that's the sequels. That's the Johto games. That's his brief appearance in the Pokemon World Tournament in Unova, and then of course in Alola with his Battle Tree team. Excuse me. Tornboy says his Arcanine got rabies and he had to put it down. Oh, don't do that. Don't go the Blues Raticate route. That's no good, dude. It says to me that he's not doubling up on types for diversity. There's that. He's not doubling up. But yeah, so remember, since these are the sequel games, right? Where is his Charizard? Well, we know exactly where his Charizard is at. His Charizard is right here with Red. So what I'm getting at here, guys, is that Red and Blue had traded Pokemon. Red traded his Arcanine for Blue's Charizard. Now, I think this is significant. Narratively speaking, I think this is significant because the whole dynamic between blue and red throughout the Kanto games is that red and blue are former friends. Blue grew arrogant and he grew mean and he picked on red because he wasn't a Pokemon trainer and you know, he thought he was hot shit. You know, cool. High speed Pokemon trainer. Awesome. And then, like, he constantly throughout the entire game, Blue is constantly taunting Red. You know, always saying how much he's better and whatnot. And then, come the champion battle, Red actually, you know, thoroughly, and I mean thoroughly, trounces Blue. And why do I say thoroughly? Well, once again, pay attention to Blue's lineup here. You've got Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Charizard, Gyarados, and Exeggutor. Now, looking through his team here, tell me, what type is the most common on his team? I'm gonna give y'all a minute to answer that question. What type do you see is the most common among Blue's team for his champion battle? And while I wait for you to answer, I'm gonna plug my phone because it is below 10%. Okay, so, that's correct, strategist. Oh, hey, I didn't even see you enter the chat. My bad. Welcome, dude. So, just to bring you up to speed, we're working on laying the ground rules and the framework for Project Herodotus moving forward. We just went through a whole almost 4 hours of working out which characters are going to be the canon characters for the purposes of the project. So we got Red for Kanto, Brendan for Hoenn, Gold for Gold, Silver, and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Chris for Crystal. We've got Dawn for the Sinnoh games. We've got Hilda for Black and White, Rosa for Black and White 2, Serena for Kalos. We've got Celine for Sun and Moon, Elio for Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Gloria for Sword and Shield, Florian for Violet, Juliana for Scarlet, Dawn again for Legends Arceus, Chase for Let's Go Pikachu, and then we have not yet determined which of Paxton or Harmony is the canon character of ZA because Legends ZA is still a very recent game, so I need some time to try to figure that out. So it's gonna be to be determined. I didn't even see you enter the chat, bro. You read my previous comment as though I've been here for days. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, dude. I'm sorry. I was in the zone. That's my bad. All right. Yeah. So those were the characters we have determined to have been canon for the purpose of the project. The next thing we're working out is canon teams. So that's why we're talking about Red and Blue's team. So, which character in the ZA trailers has one starter? So we're not looking at that just yet. Like I said, for ZA, we're leaving that alone for the time being because it's too recent, and I need some time to try to suss out more details as far as how much evidence points to which character is the more canon character. But yeah, going back to here, so you were correct. Pikachu is exactly soaring through Blue's teams because half of his teams are flying types. We've got the flying type Pidgeot, the flying type Gyarados, and the flying type Charizard. With Gyarados being the most at risk because he's water flying type. Pikachu just bodies Gyarados, which is the wildest thing you could ever say in the context of in the context of the Pokemon games. It's like, wow, this tiny little electric rodent just took out Gyarados, a Pokemon that is well documented to be a very scary and fierce Pokemon to have. Mega Evolving doesn't save his Gyarados. Yeah, no, not really. Now, okay, so, yeah, like I said, so Pikachu literally walks through half his team. Then you have Machamp. You can, either Machamp or Venusaur walks through Rhydon. Arcanine walks through Exeggutor. Lapras can also kind of sort of walk through Exeggutor with Ice Beam, or Ice Shard in this case, or Mega Horn for 4 times damage because you know Grass, Psychic, and both types are weak to Bug. You also have you've also got Lapras that can just surf all over Charizard. So yeah, you've got a good number of a good number of Pokemon on Red's team that can just outright take out Blue's team with little effort. Especially the Pikachu, like, oh my goodness. So yeah, because of that, you know, because of all of that, that would humble Blue, right? So Blue, obviously, he gets a little huffy, he gets a little puffy, and he runs away. However, according to how Blue behaves in the Johto games, as well as later in the Alola games, that defeat actually humbles Blue, and because of that humility, that opens the door for the two to repair their friendship. And what better way to show that? What better way to repair that friendship than to trade Pokemon? And what greater expression of a renewed friendship? What is a greater expression of renewed friendship than giving away your partner Pokemon, your starter Pokemon, to your former best friend, now renewed friend, right? I think that's very poetic. I think that's very awesome narrative-wise, and that goes to explain a lot in terms of like Red's team. It gives his team a lot of narrative weight because he has his starter, he's got his ace, and he's got his rival's starter that has been with him since he was a kid. So that's very poignant, guys. At least I think so. So yeah, all the Pokemon on Red's team has a reason to be on there, and I think they're good reasons. Now, again, this is all in service of Red being the gold standard, so to speak, the gold standard as to how, or the precedent, the template of how we want to determine the other trainers, you know, canon teams, right? So that's what we're gonna do moving forward. And before we begin, it looks like another ad is coming in here in the next few minutes, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Also, we've been at this for almost 4.5 hours, so I want to spend at least 1 more hour trying to work this out, right? Yeah, so we can. I can spend. I do want to spend 1 more hour to work this out because I don't know. 5 hours on a stream is a lot. I'm just now coming back, so I don't think I could do very, very long streams. 5 hours might be my limit so far. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and try to wrap this. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I can wrap this up in the next hour, or at least as much as we can do, because I do want to get through the canon teams, because that's also very important. Alrighty, so let me fix things up here. Let's get rid of this. Meet the teams. And so we will have Red again. All right, so we have Red. Go all the way down here. We're gonna copy. Delete! Oh, there we go. Ah, alright, there we go. Okay. Self-care. Alrighty. Stretching out. Ugh. There we go. Oh, that actually felt good. I gotta get myself a, I was actually just talking about, like, new emotes that I could try to get. Headpat emotes are nice, but headpats are not really my vibe. I was thinking about maybe asking for an emote that's equivalent, maybe like a fist bump emote, or maybe like a dab, or maybe like a dab me up, maybe like a dab me up kind of emote. But yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Maybe not headpats, something different, because headpats are not my vibe. All right. Incoming ad in 30 seconds. Headpats for one of the Pokemon. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I could probably also ask for headpats for when I get little assets, or hopefully like mascot models for my Pokemon. That'd be dope. Anyways, ad in 10 seconds. I will see you all on the other side. Oh, is the ad not playing? There we go. Never. All right. So according to my notification, it says that you got those of you who went on break went on the ad break should be back. Now strategist, I did see that apparently it said you were not getting the ad break. Did you actually go through the ad break? Because Twitch was notifying me that the ad break was going through. Got nothing. Alright. That's weird. Not sure what happened there. But, hey, whatever. Also, you got the Shiny Charm earlier and it helped you find way more alphas. Really? Shiny Charm helps you find alphas? Okay. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty awesome, dude. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and continue here. So, got Pikachu. Who's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu! It's Clefairy! Fuck! Pikachu, we'll put... So for the title here, we can put... you think it's just a weird coincidence? Probably. So for Pikachu here, we can put... let's do mascot? Mascot slash Pika clone. Yeah, because I think that should be a good standard or a good precedent for all the other canon teams moving forward, is that they should each have a Pika clone. Yeah, they should each have a Pika clone. I think that's a good I think that's a good precedent to have, since I keep wanting to say Ash for some reason. God, that's so weird. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Ash. He's not Ash. He's a completely separate character. Alright. I walked into the wild zone when where you can find Pumpkaboo, and even though Pumpkaboo has no guaranteed alpha spawns, I found like 3 chasing me down. Oh, cool. I mean, like, it's not cool that you had like 3 alphas chasing you down, but it's cool that you found 3 alphas. Genodoc, hey! We're all doing well, dude. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. So, just to catch you up, we've been working out the ground rules and the framework for Project Herodotus. For the first 4 hours, we've been going over who we can judge as canon characters for the games. These are the characters that we've come up with so far. Red for Kanto, Brendan for Hoenn, Gold for Johto, Chris for Crystal, Dawn for Sinnoh, Hilda for Black and White, Rosa for Black and White 2, Serena for Kalos, Celine for Sun and Moon, Elio for Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Gloria for Sword and Shield, Florian for Violet, Juliana for Scarlet, Dawn again for Legends Arceus, Chase for Let's Go Pikachu, and Paxton and Harmony are to be determined since Legends Arceus is way too new and I don't have enough information. And then right now we're actually working out. We're actually trying to plot out the canon teams for each character that we determined are the canon characters. Ash had a Pikachu match. Yeah, Ash did have a Pikachu match, but I'm just like, I don't know why my brain is getting its wires crossed when it comes to who's about, saying Ash when I mean Red. You assume it was just 3 alphas chasing me. 3 was only Pumpkaboo. Oh, okay, 3 was only the Pumpkaboo. Okay. I've been playing Pokemon Legends ZA and enjoying it a lot. Yeah, me too. I recently just finished the main story, and I'm trying to finish up all the side missions that I skipped during the climax in order to finish the game. So, I haven't started the post game yet. I also had the fixed Borgeist and Bayonet Beedrill chasing me down. Oh, that's scary. I had that happen to me too. Alright, so we were just talking about, like, Red is going to be the gold standard here because Red has a canon team for Red has a cannon team for during the Indigo team challenge as well as post Indigo League. Hang on. I just had it up here. Why am I going down? Hang on. There we go. So this is Red's cannon team as of during the Indigo League challenge, and then we of course know his cannon team afterwards. Alright. Let's see. Trying to make sure this is aligned correctly. There we go. Okay, Machamp is interesting because Yellow has an in-game trade that can get you a Machamp. Oh, that's cool. I don't remember much of Yellow, so yeah, that's pretty interesting. I didn't know that. But here's what I'm put down for Machamp, though. So, Machamp is a trade evolution. Right? So Machamp is specifically a trade evolution. If we look at Red's team, each of them are unique. So Pikachu is the mascot. That's about as unique as you can get. You're the series mascot. Machamp represents trade evolution. Arcanine represents stone evolutions. Lapras is a gift Pokemon. Snorlax is an overworld Pokemon. And Venusaur is a starter Pokemon. So each of these Pokemon are unique. Now, I point out Lapras as a gift Pokemon because here's the thing. Prior to the remakes, prior to the Heart Gold Soul Silver remake, Red's original team included an Espeon. Espeon is not only Espeon is like also a Espeon evolved from Eevee, and Eevee is a gift Pokemon. So, you know, Eevee still fulfills that whole thing of being a gift Pokemon. So I think that's pretty cool. So you get no changes there for Lapras. I admit I lost the first time I fought Red in Pokemon Gold many years ago. Yeah, Red was definitely a challenge. Pikachu could also represent friendship evolution. Yeah, yep, Pikachu could also do that. Espeon probably more likely. Yeah, but yeah, Pikachu could do that, but like, you know, Red would have found Pikachu as a Pikachu, not as a Pichu, so I don't think that technically counts. Alright, next one is Arcanine. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Look at him. Put that right here. It's gonna shrink him. Such a good boy. Arcanine. Stone evolution. Oh. Just realized this is not aligned with these. Okay, there we go. That's better. I still love Arcanine and always had one on my team when I was younger. Yeah, Arcanine's pretty dope. I never really ran Arcanine on a team until... I never really ran Arcanine on a team until my first playthrough of Let's Go Pikachu, where I wanted to run Arcanine because I wanted to have Arcanine on my team because I wanted to do I wanted to have that sweet like ride animation of you on top of a Arcanine, and because I really wanted to reenact the Pokemon opening theme where Arcanine is running across the field. That made my heart like skip a beat because like, oh, this is so cool. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a clip of that. Yeah, strategist. There's a clip of that on my page, right? I don't want to check right now because I'm in the middle of doing this, but I'm pretty sure I have a clip of that. The riding animation is also basically the bike. Yeah. Copy that. All right, almost done with red here. Lapras. Gift Pokemon. I didn't realize. No? I didn't realize I touched my toggles. Oh, wrong one. There we go. I am glad HMs are gone, though. Having to always have a Pokemon who knew one always sucked. I mean, I never minded having a Pokemon with a certain TM. Like, one of the, I was just talking about earlier that the reason why Red would have a Machamp on his team is because Machamp would have been his strength user. Now, game mechanics-wise, it would have been better for Snorlax to have strength for the normal type stab bonus. However, I think Red would have taken advantage of Snorlax's natural strengths, which would have been Rest, Snore, Sleep Talk, and Body Slam. You know, obviously with this particular move set, he was going for the Toxic stalling. So Toxic, Protect, Rest, and Body Slam. So he being an absolute dickwad with this move set. But yeah, no, I think in game, I think narrative wise, he would have had Snorlax stick with what it knew best. Urban Mystica has HM in its initials. Yeah, that's true. So is Venusaur his cut user? You know, that I think so. I think Venusaur would have been his cut user. However, I think he did not. I don't think he used Venusaur as his cut user. You want to know why? I will show you why. I think the reason why is because of this. I think this is the reason why Venusaur was never his cut user. This little graphic right here apparently says that he did get the Farfetch'd trade. He did get that Farfetch'd trade in Vermilion City. So he's got fetched. I kind of like I do kind of like the implication that Red did go through with this particular trade. I mean, then again, you know, that is the only way in Kanto to get Farfetch'd was through that trade. So did he trade Spearow or Pidgey for it? I'm pretty sure he caught like I'm pretty sure he went and caught like an extra Spearow or Pidgey. I mean, because after all, like, he has access to, he does have access to, what? Diglett Cave, and that would have taken him back to the beginning routes, where he would have caught either a Pidgey or a Spearow. These are not fully aligned. That's messing with me. Okay, there we go. Now that's done. Or now that's fixed. This one, however, needs to be fixed as well. There we go. All right. Last one. Almost at 5 hours. Whew. And we just barely started on this section. There we go. Please excuse my OCD moment there, chat. I don't know. I was like, it bugs me that it's not set. It bugs me that it's not perfectly aligned. All right. Also not the only way, since Farfetch'd does spawn in the wild near Fuchsia City in Yellow at least. Yeah, but like I said, I don't really count Yellow because Yellow is more an adaptation of the anime, not necessarily not exactly canon to the games. In fact, accounting for all 4 Gen 1 games, only Mr. Mime is seemingly uncatchable in the wild. True, yes. Yeah, not catchable in the wilds of Kanto. Yep, you are correct. Snorlax. Overworld Pokemon. Venusaur. There we go. And then regional starter. There we go. All right. So that is what we're working with here. Yeah, so that is what we're working with here. We got this is right here is the standard. So we have a Pika clone, we've got a trade evolution, we've got a stone evolution, we've got a regional starter, a overworld Pokemon, and a gift Pokemon. Now, not every canon team has to match this exactly. What we're going for here is a team that is mostly comprised of things that are unique or introduced in that particular region. So, for example, right? For example, the next person we are going to be looking at is Brendan. Okay, let me grab his picture here. Put it down here. All right, next up is Brendan. Check out the big brain on Brandon. All right, so first things first. When it comes to Brendan, what I want to know is, who would his canon starter be? Regional starter. All right, so yeah, who would his regional starter be? So let's pull up Brendan's page again. Brendan. And let's see. So just like with Red, we are going to first look at any promotional material that might help us point us in the right direction. All right, looking for artwork. Okay, here we go. All right, so artwork says we've got 1 tally for Torchic. This looks so weird. Brendan does not have a nose here. And for some reason, Torchic looks a little bit bigger than it should be. Who knows? He probably found an extra large He probably got an extra large Torchic. But yeah, that's 1 point for Torchic here. That's 2 points for Torchic because he has Combuskin here. This doesn't say anything. 1 point for Trico. An Alpha Torchic. Oh man. And that's 2 points for Trico. Okay, so all in all, we've got a tie between Trico and Torchic. We got 2 for Torchic, 2 for Trico. So the next thing we can look at to break this tie here is to look at outside sources. What do outside sources assign Brendan as for Pokemon for a starter? So for Pokemon Adventures, his manga counterpart Ruby had a Mudkip. Okay, well that's interesting. Mudkip. All right, so that's 1 point for Mudkip. Let's see. Pokemon Ruby Sapphire. That's a separate manga? Okay. I guess there was a separate manga here. Ah, why does this remind me of Pokemon Zensho? Ah! Ah! Oh no, it is Pokemon Zensho! It follows the story of Red with his Pokemon Clefairy, Pikachu, and Tyrogue and Hoenn. It's chiefly a gag manga with using crude humor. It is Zensho. Oh, it's so weird. No. No, that is not okay. Alright, so Zensho here has Brendan with a Trico. So that's 3 points for Trico. Let's see. Koro. Oh, a counterpart to Brendan named Ruby is featured in this short manga written by Suigun Ouchi for Koro Comics in December 2002. Ruby moves to Little Root Town with his mother and father, aspiring to become a Pokemon champion. Mudkip is his first partner. Wow, okay, Mudkip's getting some love here. The anime has him use Swampert in the opening to one of the movies. Okay, I thought he did that. Thank you for bringing that up. So I guess that's 3 points for Mudkip. Pokemon Battle Frontier, Rald. I have never heard of this one. What the hell? Oh, Rald! Emerald! Got it. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'm like, what the hell? I have never heard of the name Rald before. Let's see. Oh! He's got a Sceptile! So that's, what, 4 points for Trico now? So Trico is really pulling in the lead here. Damn, we left Torchic behind in the dust at 2 points. Brendan appears in the Ruby Sapphire special walkthrough comic. What the hell? Okay, so this doesn't... Alright, so this doesn't give us any answers, it looks like. Okay. Omega and Alpha from Omega Ruby, Crimson Passion, Alpha Sapphire, Indigo Wisdom are based on what the hell? Pokemon Omega Ruby, Crimson Passion, and Alpha Sapphire, Indigo Wisdom? What the hell is this? Bro, what the hell is this? Why are there two Brendans? Dude, what the fuck? What is this? Crimson Passion, Omega. Indigo Wisdom, Alpha. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. These are two Pokemon manga created by Hatha Shingo. The Crimson Passion and Indigo Wisdom stories run parallel to each other and star twin brothers named Alpha and Omega. Each brother sets out to capture Groudon and Kyogre, respectively. Two stories were collected together in one volume. Oh man, okay. Well, that's interesting. God, how come we don't get any of these wacky ass mangas translated to English and released overseas? This would have been really funny to read. Like, what? All right, so it looks like Trico is definitely in the lead here, because also the animated trailer for the promotional trailer for ORAS also gives Brendan a Trico. Strategist, as you said, Masters gives him a Trico as well. Pokemon Generations here has him with a Trico. And yeah, hey, look, there you go. The anime movie you were talking about with him with Swampert. So yeah, I would definitely say that Trico has pulled out in the lead as the starter Pokemon that's more associated with Brendan. So yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Brendan with Sceptile. Nice, nice, nice. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and do that. Sceptile. Sceptile. Copy that. Put that right there. There we go. Okay, Sceptile. All right. Brendan has Sceptile. Awesome. Alright, next thing. We need to give him a Pika clone. And I think this one's rather easy. Right? This one's rather easy because we've already seen him with one of the Pika clones for Hoenn. Here. He's depicted here with a Minun, with May having a Plusle. In fact, hold on. Doesn't the rival character have a Pika clone on their team like throughout the game? Hang on, let me double check here. I don't think so. I don't remember. Let's see. First battle, no. Second battle, nope. Third battle, no. Fourth optional battle. An Emerald. Third battle. Fourth battle. Fifth battle optional. Okay, so yeah, nope. Does not. Oh, ad break. Oh man, I was not paying attention. My bad. Ugh. Oh, the ad break just finished? Okay. All right, that's my bad, guys. I was not paying it. I was too locked in. I did not notice the counter go off. That's my bad. Anyways, yeah. So I was looking through to see if the rival character ever gets a plusle or minus, and it looks like that is not correct. So again, that's quite all right because I can just be like, well, promo material says he's got a minus on his team. Engrossed in work. Yes, indeed. That's usually what happens. So minus. Copy image. Look at that little tyke. There we go. Okay, awesome. Minun. I love how Minun actually matches the background to this slide here. Minun to contrast West getting plusle. Oh, hey, yeah, that's right. I didn't realize that. That is correct. You're stirring shit. Pika clone. You know what? I will also say that Minun also represents double battles because Minun works hand in hand with Plusle. The whole point of Plusle and Minun was to show off help show off the new double battle mechanic. So I'm also going to put down here double battle. Yeah, I'm also going to put down here double battles. All right, so next up, let's see. What other thing can we say that we can put on Brendan's team as part of his canon stuff? Oh, how about gift Pokemon? How many gift Pokemon do we get in Hoenn? We get Cast Form. Cast Form is a gift Pokemon. You are actually rewarded with Cast Form from the Weather Institute, which also helps. Which also is relevant because Cast Form has the is supposed to showcase the new weather system in Gen 3. Imagine introducing triple battles in Gen 5, but not making a trio centered around the gimmick. I mean, they didn't. I mean, they technically did. The elemental monkeys. They're technically a trio that it's not. While it's not centered around the gimmick, you could give them the specific moves that are centered around the gimmick, like the oaths, the fire, the pledges. I mean, the fire pledge, the grass pledge, and the water pledge. I'm pretty sure you can teach those to the elemental monkeys. I know you can teach them to the starters, but pretty sure you could teach them to the monkeys as well. And yeah, those two sets of threes combined, you can it talks about the triple battles. They didn't get the pledges and so. Really? No. I'm pretty sure those pledges were in Gen 5 because the whole field effects and everything. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Let's do fire pledge. The generation that got rid of the triple battles. So Fire Pledge. Yeah, these moves were introduced in Gen 5. Okay, yeah, look, here we go. Fire Pledge, or Flame Oath. Introduced in Gen 5, prior to Gen 7, only only the fire type starters and their evolutions could learn. So I was correct. So I was correct before, where only the fire types, where only the starters could learn the elemental pledge moves, but not the elemental monkeys. So the monkeys weren't. The monkeys didn't. Unfortunately, could not represent the triple battles. The moves could though. Okay, so yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Alright, so, going back to here. Like I said, Minun serves as both the Pika clone and the showcasing of double battles. Gift Pokemon. I did say gift Pokemon. We do have options. Even then, the pledges don't have a triple effect. That's true. But yeah, like I was saying, the gift Pokemon in Hoenn, we are gifted a cast form, but did we get gifted any other Pokemon? I can't remember. Well, I guess no. I guess you do get gifted one other Pokemon. You get gifted the Wynot egg from Lava Ridge Town, because those eggs, those egg Pokemon that you get. They count as gift Pokemon. I mean, hell, if the Togepi egg you get in Gen 2 counts, the Wynot egg should also count. So, beat that. Now, which one should we go with, though? Which one should we say takes more precedence? Should we say the Wynot turned Wobbuffet gets top billing over cast form, or should cast form get top billing over Wynot? Togepi's egg super counts because it's bequeathed in the narrative. True. Let's see. Though the same thing could be said with cast form. Again, cast form is a reward. Much like how Lapras was. Now, thing is, like with the Wynot egg, though, the Wynot egg is not necessarily a reward. It's just a Pokemon you happen to be gifted if you visit the hot springs in Lava Ridge Town. You can absolutely like not pick up the Wynot. You can absolutely like not even know to pick up the Wynot if you're like speed running or whatever. But the cast form is 100% part of the story. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. It should definitely count. Now that I've talked it out loud, because cast form is part of the story, it counts. Cast form. Oh, hold on. Let me go back here and then enter in it, because I want to make sure I can always go back to Brendan's page. Okay, Brendan. And then cast form. Hell yeah! Oops. Cast form. Speculon is a forced encounter to progress from Fort Tree City. So that would be considered an overworld encounter, just like with Snorlax. Oh, man. Retreat is sounding pretty loud today. I'm not sure if you guys... I'm pretty sure you guys can't hear it, but... if you hear any noise in the background, that's the sound of Retreat, the sound that plays every night to signal that it's curfew time for everyone on post. I don't think y'all can hear it, but man, it was pretty loud to me. That's the loudest I've heard it so far. I sometimes don't even hear it. Anyways, let's see. Now, I will let you guys know there is a particular work when it comes to the Hoenn games that I will have to address here in just a moment. All right. Water type HMs. Hey, Fred, welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm actually about to wrap things up here soon. I just want to make sure that I get through this particular section or subsection, I mean, and then there's like a thing I wanted to show you guys before I end. All right, cast form. Gift Pokemon weather mechanic. There we go. All right. So we were just talking about. Sorry, I don't know why my toggle's going off. I was not touching the number pad, so that's weird. I gotta find out what's causing that. Anyways, yeah. So the conundrum here, when it comes to the Hoenn games specifically, especially when it comes to trying to figure out the canon teams using the parameters that I've set, is that there's a significant difference between between like the original Red, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. That difference being, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire forces you to have a legendary Pokemon, like halfway through the game. And of course, I'm talking about the Latios and Latias that you get from Southern Island. So, with that in mind, I need to make sure that we do two separate teams. One for Ruby, one for like Ruby and Emerald, or Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and the other for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. So that we gotta keep, I gotta keep that in mind, yeah. So right now, let me actually go ahead and do this. RSE team. There we go. Oras also scripts an additional tutorial Poochyena for the DexNav sneaking feature. Ah, that's right. That is correct. Well, no, because you don't have to. You're not forced to catch that Poochyena, right? Pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you can just beat the Poochyena. You're not forced to catch it. It's been a while since I played Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, so my memory for that particular instance is not present. But yeah, pretty sure you're not forced to catch it. You can beat it and move on. Whereas with Latios and Latias, you're forced to have it. It's part of your team. All right, so, but for now, we're gonna work out the Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald team. So, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald team, we have, you're not forced to catch it, but it's kind of suggested that you do because it's got an egg move. Well, I guess that's my thing though, right? Is that if it's not mandatory, it isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily like, what you call it? It doesn't necessarily have to go on the list because You don't have to catch it. It's not forced. It's not forced upon you. Not unlike not unlike the Latios thing. Also, by that logic, you could just beat Kecleon or Snorlax. That's true. That is true. But the thing is, like, there's a difference though. In the Kanto games, as far as I can remember, you're not forced to take any Pokemon. Like, every Pokemon that's on this list here, like Lapras is easy. Lapras is, I'm pretty sure you don't have to pick up Lapras. You can easily miss it. Like, you can bypass the NPC that gives you the Lapras and beat Team Rocket and continue on your day without even talking to the guy. Right? So same thing with, and as you pointed out with Snorlax, you can beat Snorlax and not even care. So there's other than the regional starter, you don't have to pick up any of these other Pokemon. That's why I'm making an additional consideration for Pokemon that after the Kanto games, I'm making a special consideration for Pokemon that are literally you're scripted to have on your team as part of the story. But yeah, so again, it's getting pretty late here, so let's go ahead and try to wrap up the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald team, and then I'll try to also try to quickly do the Oras team. All right, so let's see what we can glean here. All right, what other Pokemon can we see here? So, judging from this artwork here, it looks like Brendan also has an Altaria. Okay, so that is something to consider. For this one, for Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, it's very evident that he has the cosplay Pikachu, but I don't think that's I don't think you want to do that for like the canon team. But then again, look at this here. I almost missed this because he almost blends in the background. There's a Salamence in the background here. I can't really tell if that belongs. I don't really know if that belongs to Brendan here for Oras. So something to consider. All right, so now again, you did mention the Kecleon. The Kecleon is a mandatory encounter, so we can count that if we want to. Cosplay Pikachu is gifted for participating in the Yeah. So I don't think Cosplay Pikachu should be on the canon story team. However, that does not necessarily mean that he does not canonically have Cosplay Pikachu. I would certainly say that he does. I would say that Brendan does canonically participate in contests using the contest Pikachu. So that's how I determine. That's what I'm determining for that one, is that he doesn't use Pikachu for battles. He uses that Pikachu specifically for contests. You're not required to participate in a contest, but the only way to get the Altaria Knight is contest participation. True. That is true. Kecleon. You know what? Now that I just said that out loud, I'm just now imagining a Kek emoji, but with Kecleon. You know, Kecleon. Haha. I am very original with that, chat. Trust me. I am the first person to ever come up with that idea. W. There we go. All right, but it's Willion. Hecleon. Overworld. Overworld Pokemon. All right. So now we just need 2 more Pokemon for the Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald team. Damn, again, I do not know what is with the number pad. I want to turn the number pad off. All right. So, we got 2 Pokemon left. What else should we consider here, chat? I'm wondering... Feebas? Yeah, I guess we do need a Surf Pokemon, but... Oh, wait, no, Feebas for the, Yeah, no, Feebas for the... To represent the conditions. Yeah, a tie into the contest mechanics. Yeah, yeah. And that would give him that would certainly give him a swimmer. That's for sure. All right. Let's see. We're gonna put that up here. Milo. Now, if I remember correctly, Brendan's manga counterpart actually does have a Milotic. So, there's always that. I believe Ruby in the manga has a Milotic. Specifically because he wanted to make Feebas beautiful. Yes, Ruby has a Milotic. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Milotic, and then contest condition mechanic. He was shallowly trying to focus on beauty and accidentally caught Feebas, so he settled and took it as a challenge. Okay, yeah. I was vaguely remembering it like that. Yeah. Okay. Last Pokemon. The last Pokemon here. Who shall it be, chat? What are we thinking for for the original Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald? Oh, and it looks like we got an ad incoming in 2 mics. Oh man. Oh, hey! Seal! Hey, how's it going? Seal and the Nugget Party! Guys, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid, CL. I really appreciate it. For those of you in CL's rating group who have not met me before, I am Professor Ramnus, Fringe Analyst Extraordinaire, and I'm an aspiring PokeTuber / PokeStreamer. There's an ad incoming in about 2 mics here, so let me try to cut this. Let me try to give you the short, sweet version. I'm working on a personal project called Project Herodotus. It's a timeline for the Pokemon games, the main series specifically. We are currently laying down the ground rules and the framework on how to make it work as I play the Pokemon games in a particular order, starting from the Kanto games. We've worked out who canon characters are. These are the list of characters. Take a good look at them, because in about a minute and a half, we got an ad is incoming. We got these 4. We got these 4. We got these 4. We got these 3. These 2 here are indeterminate at this time. Now, also, we are determining who, the canon teams of each character. Who am I? Who am I? All right. Did y'all miss my introduction? Oh, that's my bad. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm Professor Ramnus, Fringe Analyst Extraordinaire, PokeTuber and PokeStreamer, working on a personal project. And before this ad break comes in about 40 seconds, working on a personal project. I will definitely give more details here as the ad break ends and some of you guys return. Wouldn't the first canonical game technically be Legends Arceus, or is that not mainline? I will go more into that after this ad break coming in 20 seconds. So, let's see here. Yeah, it technically does. It technically is chronologically, but I will explain more after this ad break in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 second. Maybe, I don't know. The last time this notification went out, the ad break didn't happen, and I thought there was an ad break. Is the ad break thing here broken? Maybe? I don't know. Give me an up in the chat if you guys are in the middle of an ad or not. It's saying I'm not getting anything right now. And no one was in an ad break earlier, so no ads for you, Lord? Okay. All right. Well, okay then. No ad break. All right, so that means I can just do this. All right, so yeah, so just briefly, when it comes to the timeline, yes, chronologically speaking, Legends Arceus does come first. However, I'm playing. I'm gonna play the Pokemon games starting from the Kanto games, and then work my way through the timeline from there. I will play Legends Arceus, but that comes at the end of playing all the Sinnoh games first. So I play the Sinnoh games first, and then I play Legends Arceus. If you catch what I'm trying to, if you catch my drift on what I'm trying to do there. Ah, now the ad has started. All right. Now the ads have started for you guys. Okay. All right, so it says here that you guys should be back from a break. So, if you are back from the ad break, give me an up in the chat, please. All right. Ups in the chat. Cool. Down in the chat. All right. Cool, cool. All right. Well, so yeah. Chronologically speaking, Legends Arceus does come first in the timeline. However, I'm starting with the Kanto games, then I'm going to move on to the Hoenn games, and then I'm going to move on to the Johto games, the Sinnoh games, and after the Sinnoh games, I played Legends Arceus because it is very much implied in the opening scenes that the main character in Legends Arceus is sent back in time, and that character has to be Lucas or Dawn. So that's what I'm working with here. All right, now, so like I said, we're currently trying to suss out the canon teams of the characters that we were working on earlier. So just to briefly go over what we have here. So we have this. We've got the gold standard here, Red from the Kanto games. He's the canon character, obviously, from the Kanto games. Next, we have Brendan. We worked out that he is the canon character of the Hoenn games. Followed by the Johto games, we have Gold here, but he's the canon character specifically of Gold, Silver, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Then we have here Chris. She gets a little special thing to herself because she is not only the first playable female character, but she only appears in Crystal version. So I figured I might as well make her the canon character of that game. Next up, we have Dawn for all of the Sinnoh games. Oh, so hang on, sorry. I neglected something. So the reason why going back here to Brendan, the reason why I have Brendan here as the canon character is because Brendan more closely resembles Norman and his wife than May does. So there's that. For Gold here, he looks exactly like his mother, same hair color, same bangs, etc. And Lyra, the female player character in Heart Gold Soul Silver, she is more associated with Meryl than Gold is. So that leaves Gold to be the main character of the Johto games. As I said, Chris only appears in Crystal, so she is the main character there. For Dawn, she just like with Brendan, she more closely resembles the mother character Joanna than Lucas does. So Dawn is the canonical character of the Sinnoh games. That also means that she's the canonical character who gets sent back in time in Legends Arceus. Hilda is the canonical character in Black and White. She looks just like with Gold. She looks exactly like her mother rather than Hilbert. For Rosa, this was a close call with Nate, but we sussed out that Rosa more closely resembles the mother than Nate, based on color scheme, because both characters do resemble the mother, but it all went down to the color scheme of Rosa. She looks like her mother in that regard. Moving on to Serena, it was very tricky because neither Callum nor Serena looked like the mother character, so we could not rely on character design at all. So I had to figure out that Pokemon Y. I had to do some mental gymnastics, right? So Pokemon Y, I figured, is the canonical version of events because Lysander as a character is very nihilistic and very misanthropic. So it would be very much within the mindset of someone like Lysander to destroy everything and kill everybody with the ultimate weapon rather than try to use the ultimate weapon to give someone eternal life, right? So because of that, I determined that Pokemon Y is the canon version of events, with Serena only being the canon character because she literally resembles Yveltal with the color scheme. No other reason. So it's a bit flimsy, I admit. So and if you guys want to give me flack for that, I wouldn't blame you. But that's the reason why. That's the reason I came up with for X and Y. It was very difficult. For Sun and Moon. Okay, so Sun and Moon is for Sun and Moon. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon are obviously the more canon version of events. So with that, I started with Elio as the canon character of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon specifically, because the rivalry with Hao is an inverse of Red and Blue's rivalry in the Kanto games. And by that, I mean, you as the player character are always ahead of Hao, your rival. So you are essentially the blue in to Hao's red. And it makes sense that both of you are boys to perfectly, mirror that relationship. Nah, but that would make Y the canon Pokemon list in that case. I mean, Legend ZA, Legend ZA does kind of remedy this because, well, it's a bit of a spoiler. So if you want to avoid spoilers, I'm gonna count to 10 to give you enough time to mute, enough time to mute the stream here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anyone who wants to remain unspoiled by ZA better be muted at this time. So in Legend ZA, you find out the depiction of the events of the Ultimate Weapon firing. It shows both a red and a blue light. This is different from how it's depicted in X and Y. In Pokemon X version, the area around the Ultimate Weapon glows blue, whereas in Y version, the area around the Ultimate Weapon glows red. In ZA, it glows both blue and red. So that tells me that that AZ used both legendary Pokemon in the true version of events. He used both Pokemon. He used Xerneas to resurrect Floette, and then he used Yveltal to destroy everything and end the war. So that's why. That's why I'm saying this. And then as I said, when Lysander, by the time Lysander, by the time Lysander discovers the Ultimate Weapon, his mind is already consumed by nihilism and misanthropy. So he's not interested in reverting the Ultimate Weapon back into the resurrection device. No, he wants to keep it as the weapon of destruction for the purposes of his plan to wipe out humans and Pokemon to avoid scarcity, resource scarcity. So yeah, man, that was a mouthful. But let me quickly put in the chat here. If you muted the stream to avoid spoilers, you can return now. There we go. Alrighty, so that's my rationale for why that's my very convoluted and very arbitrary reason for why Serena is the canon character in for Pokemon Y version specifically. Side note, if you haven't yet caught Zygarde, there's more story context you'll get. True. All right. Let's see. So going back to here. So Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, right? As I said, Elio is I've determined that Elio's the canon character because he best represents an inverse rivalry of Red and Blue with him and Hao. So because Sun and Moon is no longer quote unquote canon, I just put Celine as the canon character of Sun and Moon since she doesn't exist in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. So I'm just like, okay, that I still have to play Sun and Moon to document the differences between Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So I might as well just play the one character that I'm not gonna play in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So there we go. Next up is Gloria. So Gloria, this one was also kind of arbitrary and a bit weird. So the reason why I chose Gloria is because the genders of the legendary Pokemon Zacian and Zamazenta, they better align with Gloria and Hop respectively. With Zacian being the female to Gloria and Zamazenta being the male to Hop. It does not work this makes no sense if Victor is the canon character because they're both guys. So, you know, I just decided, yeah, no, it's symmetry. It aligns. Yeah, sure. So Gloria, so that's how I got wound up with Gloria. And then with Gen 9, whoo boy. I'm still kind of not sure about Gen 9 with Scarlet and Violet. The genders of these gender unknown. Yeah, so yeah, the game mechanic itself says that they are gender unknown, but the Pokédex entries actually give them genders. Zacian's sword entry, I think it was Zacian's sword entry that says that she is the sister to Zamazenta. I think that was the sword entry, but I know it was one of the dex entries that says that. So there we go. that's my justification. That's my basis. Now, as I was saying, with Paldea, with Florian and Juliana, it's very tricky because the whole plot of these things is that you're messing around with timelines and or universes, because you might be pulling Pokemon from like a different timeline or a different universe and not your own timeline or universe. So it's like, who knows, man? It's really confusing. It's not very clear. So, and plus I just went off of the default art of the player characters. So Florian, because he's wearing the Uva Academy uniform, I say he's the canon character of Violet. Whereas Juliana has the Naranja school uniform, so she's the canon character of Scarlet. I know there's official art of these two characters, switching back and forth between the two uniforms. But again, I'm just going off of their default art. This art here. Let's see. Dawn again for Legends Arceus. As I said, she's the canon character. We determined she was the canon character of the Sinnoh games, so logically that would mean she would have to be the canon character to Legends Arceus. They're exchange students. And then of course Chase here. Chase is the canon character of Let's Go Pikachu because Ash. He's the Ash Ketchum XB. So we gotta have our Ash Ketchum stand in here. All right, so, and then of course, as I said, with Pax and Harmony, we're still in the middle of ZA's launch cycle. So there's not enough information at this time for me to determine what can determine which of these two is the canon character. At this time, it's up in the air. It's either one of these two can do it. So yeah, that's all the characters, and geez, we're almost 6 hours in. Chase's design is most closely related to Red's classic design. Yes, that's true. All right, so yeah, like I said, we were just in the middle of after we figured out these the canon characters, we're trying to figure out now their canon teams. So Red has a canon team, both post Indigo League and during Indigo League. So according to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, this is his canon team that he won the Indigo League with. And so using red here as a template, we are also determining the canon teams of the other players, the other player characters. So here so just to briefly go over, we have Pikachu here. He's the mascot, but he's also he's the, Pika clone progenitor. We have here Machamp representing trade evolutions. We have Arcanine here representing stone evolutions. We've got Lapras here representing gift Pokemon. We have Snorlax here representing overworld Pokemon. And we have Venusaur here obviously being the regional starter. I think it won't matter for ZA. The rival fills the other gender, leveling up the. Yeah, that's true. But like I said, there might be some detail that could point one direction or the other. I just haven't run into it yet, and I don't know when that information will when I'll encounter the information. So in the meantime, it's to be determined. I've got plenty of, as you can see, I've got plenty of work to do before I even reach ZA. So I'm pretty good on. I got plenty of time to try to figure that out. Alrighty, so yeah, so red here is the template. So we were just in the middle of figuring out Brendan's team for Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald specifically, because Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire has different encounters. For example, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, like you are given a legendary Pokemon in the middle of the story. It joins your team canonically as part of the story. So, and I'm referring to, of course, Latios or Latias. So Brendan in Oros, the Oros version of Brendan, has to have a Latios or Latias on his team because that is part of the story. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I would have to have him with that for that version of the game. For Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, though, that is more flexible because there's nothing like that in the original games. I think the post-game event that gives you Floette makes sense if Paxton specifically is the protagonist, because it makes sense for Tawny to be the one leading Team MZ. Okay, haven't reached that part, so don't know what you're talking about, but I look forward to getting to that part so I can understand what that means. Cosplay Pikachu and Latios Latias. So yeah, again, for Cosplay Pikachu, he does canonically have, but he does not use it in battle. He will only use it as part of the contest. Alrighty, so let's see here. Actually, hold up. Wait a minute. No, never mind. No, never mind. I had an idea, but no, I thought better of it. Anyways, we are still looking for the last Pokemon to place on Brendan's Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald team. Do we have any ideas, chat? Any ideas at all? We have Minun here, who's a Pika clone and represents double battles. We've got Milotic here, who represents contests and the condition mechanic. We have Castform here, who's a gift Pokemon and represents the new weather mechanic. We have Kecleon here, who's the overworld Pokemon and a mandatory encounter. And of course, we have Sceptile as the regional starter. What mechanics haven't we touched on yet? What all was introduced in Gen 3? It was the weather mechanic, right? Double battles, contests, and conditions. Those are the three that I immediately think of. What other? Is there anything else that I'm missing as far as stuff that Gen 3 introduced? Didn't Gen 3 have secret bases? Yes, Gen 3 did have secret bases. However, Kecleon has secret. I think Kecleon has secret power. I'm pretty sure it does. Hang on, let me see. Let me double check here. Kecleon. I'm pretty sure the one you encounter has secret power. The headbutting trees mechanic that was introduced in Gen 2 and Johto, so no, not that would not apply here in Hoenn. Let's see. Route 118. Nope, not that one. 119? Nope. 120. Yeah, here we go. 120. Special encounters. Generation 3. Kecleon Gen 3. No secret power. Gen 6. No secret power. Okay. Pretty much all of these Pokemon can learn secret power. That's true. So yeah, not really I guess not really something that would help us figure out who this last Pokemon would be. Oh, real quick, definite hard rule here. I brought up legendary Pokemon earlier, so I might as well flesh this out right now. I do have a rule here, a personal rule when it comes to legendary Pokemon. I will never use legendary Pokemon unless the story itself forces the legendary Pokemon on me. So, for example, in this case, for the Hoenn games, I will not use Groudon or Kyogre or Rayquaza unless the story gives me these Pokemon. For example, as I mentioned, with Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, you are given the Latios and Latias as part of the story. So I have to have it on my team. And then in the Delta episode, you are gifted Rayquaza. So you technically do have Rayquaza on your team. However, I don't think that's meant to be a permanent addition because, Rayquaza is very powerful. I'm pretty sure in the in-game logic is that he's partnering up with you because he trusts you. But he's not gonna stay with you because he still has to roam the earth, you know? It's like God is like a god or a powerful spirit of nature has decided to team up with you to tackle a crisis, and then once the crisis is over, you part ways. So yeah, that's my logic when it comes to Rayquaza. But yeah. You do see this in other instances as well. Like in Generation 5, you have to have Zekrom or Reshiram. In Gen 6, you have to have Xerneas or Yveltal because you can't progress the story unless you catch them. You can't even beat them; you have to catch them. In Generation 7, you get Nebby as part of your team once it evolves into Solgaleo and Lunala. Yo, I need you to help me out. Mega Evolve me, fam. Pretty much. Rayquaza, definitely. I don't know. I am willing to debate that. I really am willing to debate adding Rayquaza, because the Rayquaza thing is not like the examples I just gave a little bit ago with Reshiram and Zekrom, or Nebby, or even the Latios and Latias example, right? There's an imminent crisis going on. Rayquaza needs somebody to help Mega Evolve him to save the Earth, and he can't do that by himself. He has to have a partner in order to do so, to have enough power to take on the task. You meant that as part of okay. Oh yeah, you meant that as part of the quote. Okay, I got you. I'm tracking. Alrighty, so we still are in the weeds here when it comes to the last Pokemon to give Brendan. I would say something friendship based, as the whole Wally thing, where the player character basically instructs Wally how to catch Pokemon, would be a unique thing. That's a good point. However, oh wait. Strategist, didn't we see something earlier on his page? Hang on a minute. We saw something earlier. Wait a minute. Artwork. He'll prefer being the mentor than the mentee for the catching tutorial. Yeah, that's pretty unique. We never stepped into that role ever again. All right, here we go. Artwork. Here we go. In this artwork, look what Brendan has. He's got Combuskin, yes, but we already determined that Sceptile is his actual cannon starter. But look what else he has. He's got an Altaria. What do you think, chat? I say promotional material carries weight. I say promotional material carries weight in terms of like determining who's on someone's team. Isn't that for the e-reader battles? Is it? I've never done the e-reader stuff. So, is that exclusive to the e-reader battles? Do the e-reader battles give you Pokemon? I know it gave you berries and certain trainers to fight in the trainer tower. There's an incoming ad here in about 1 minute, so be on the lookout for that ad. Oh boy, we are 6 hours in, chat. Oh man, okay. I certainly want to wrap this up soon. we need to figure out this last Pokemon. All right. So yeah, how are we feeling on adding Altaria? Is that a yay or nay in your guys' eyes? Pretty sure this is an image associated with the e-reader battles, but I wouldn't know for sure since the e-reader never released here. Yeah, e-reader was I don't think the e-reader ever released internationally. Gen 3 is the too much water gen, so a surfer? We have a surfer. That surfer is our Milotic here. She serves as our surfer. Also, I love how we have two normal Pokemon, both with a potential ability to change type. So that's fun, especially Kecleon. Castform is at least limited to fire, water, and ice. Kecleon, however, is not limited to that. However, unless he has his hidden ability Protean, he has to get hit by a move first in order to change type. we got ourselves a grass type, we got ourselves an electric type, water type, a normal type that can change its type, and another normal type that can change its type. Alrighty. Oh, it says you guys might be in the middle of an ad, so I'll wait for a minute. All right, so welcome back, guys. Alright, let's see. Did Gen 3 have the large mountain in the middle, or was that Gen 4 also add? Yeah, so as Strategist said, yes, it was Gen 4. You're talking about Mount Coronet. Did Gen 3 introduce new evolution methods beyond Milotics? Because maybe that'd be a clue. I don't think it introduced any new evolution methods, no. Yeah, no. It did not introduce any new evolution methods as far as I know. Trade evolutions with items was introduced back in Gen 2, so that's not a thing. Evolutions via environmental stuff wasn't a thing until would not be a thing until Gen 4 with the Moss and Ice Stone. Did Gen 3 give us new HMs not water related, like Rock Climb? No, Rock Climb was introduced in Gen 4. Okay, so since it seems to be very difficult for us to try to come up with a with a particular slot here, or a Pokemon to fill this slot, how about at this point I just make an executive decision? Yeah, I think at this point I'm just gonna make an executive decision here. So, when it comes to this particular team, we have here a grass type, a water type, a electric type, and 2 normal types that can change type. With potentially coverage for ice type and probably any other type that Kecleon gets hit with. So, I think what we can do is be a little smart about our team here. Because it seems like our team is not well balanced in terms of typing. Shoal Cave? I mean, what about Shoal Cave? Yeah, there's the Shoal Salt, which gives you the shell bell. But I don't see what that has to. Shoal Cave's tide mechanics were pretty unique. Yeah, but there's not really a Pokemon that would really best represent the tide mechanic, though. Not like how we have Minun with double battles, or Milotic with the condition mechanic, or Castform with the weather. So, Snorunt could only be caught at low tide. I don't know. That seems kind of flimsy. Like, yeah, Snorunt could only be caught at low tide, but that just speaks to how rare it is. I don't think it's intrinsic to its like Pokemon design or whatever. So, yeah, I think at this point I'm just gonna make an executive decision. So in the interest of team balance, right? I think we should add a fire type to this team. So, of the fire types introduced in Hoenn, right? Or of the fire types that are available in Hoenn, we have what? We've got Torkoal. I know you're trying, strategist. I do appreciate it, dude. I do appreciate it. We're throwing everything we can at the wall. We're literally throwing everything we can at the wall here and seeing what sticks. But yeah, so like I said, of all the fire types that are available in Hoenn, we have what? We've got Torkoal, we've got Slugma and Magcargo, We've got Nummel and Camrupt. Excuse me. Who else do we have? I'm trying to think. Who else do we have aside from those? I'm gonna pull up Cerebi, and I'm gonna pull up the list here. Cerebi.net. Owen added very few fire types. Yeah, I kind of figured. I still want to look up the Pokédex though. So scrolling all the way down here to Gen 3. We're gonna go to Emerald specifically and Pokédex. Oh, nope, not that. National Pokédex? No. Torchic, Nummel, Slugma, Orkle. Whoa, Flygon! Yeah? What about Flygon? Alright. Alright, I'll hear you out, strategist. What you got? What do you got here? In the meantime, while you type that out, I'm just gonna have some fun here with these little boxes that I skipped over. Okay. I'll just get one. Maybe Nummel due to the ash bag and Mount Chimney. Maybe. Though the ash bag doesn't really have anything to do with Nummel. Alright, here we go. Strategist says, we need Pokemon that's able to fly. We need a Pokemon that shows off its ability. Its ability is super intrinsic to its design. It's a ground dragon, but has Levitate to protect against ground. And it learns Fire-type moves for coverage purposes. Okay. A part of me feels like you want me to add Flygon to the team because Flygon gets no love from Game Freak, which, to be I'll level with you. That's completely fair. That is a completely fair reason, and you know, me being someone who's sympathetic to Flygon because I also think Flygon is a pretty dope design as for Pokemon, and is criminally underused as you know criminally underrated. I mean, I think we could do that because you're right. This current team has no flyers. Hold on, let me finish this thing out here. All right, so yeah, this team has no flyers, and flying around is just as important as surfing around. So, a good flyer is certainly what we need. And Flygon. Oh, wait. Hey. Let me add to your point here, strategist. So Flygon, Trapinch can only be found at in the desert, right? You cannot progress the story unless without crossing the desert. But in order to cross the desert, you need go goggles. And guess what? The go goggles look very Flygon-esque, right? I'm gonna pull this up here to illustrate. Go goggles. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. The go goggles. They look very Flygon-esque, do they not? So, because they are Flygon-esque, why not add Flygon to the team? Look at that. Perfectly represents the desert, which, by the way, is a representation of which is a representation of a new environment that was never seen previously. You get the go goggles after you can't get the go goggles after passing through the desert because you need the go goggles in order to get through the desert. Like here, like hold on. You don't have to enter the desert. Yet, like you can't move forward without it. You go around. You can go around it? I thought the... Oh, wait, no, yeah. The underground pass, right? You're referring to the underground pass. Because the underground pass is what allows you to bypass the desert. But something tells me, like, if you're following the pace of the story, right? You are tempted to cross through the desert as you're following up that route, yeah? Because your instinct is to just keep moving forward, and as you move forward, you're blocked by the desert, saying, "Oh, you can't move past here. The desert winds are too much for your eyes," or something like that. And so you're prompted to detour westward. And westward is not only where the Lava Ridge gym is, which is your next gym. You know, you're tempted to go up through the jagged pass. There we go. That's what I was going for. You're tempted to go up the mountain to go through jagged pass in order to get to Lava Ridge Town. At which point, right? At which point you get the you beat the gym, you get the heat badge, and then you get the go goggles from your rival after beating the gym. I have a theory about the way Hoenn is laid out. Ironically, you don't need Fly at all. I mean, yeah, you kind of don't need Fly, but like Fly is convenient. Fly is certainly convenient, especially I feel like especially toward the climax. So you kind of need Fly to get to like as soon as Groudon and Kyogre awaken, you need it's easier and more convenient to fly back to Sootopolis than to try to surf back, your way back there. When you consider things like backtrack, I mean, yeah, when considering backtracking, yeah, but like I'm not trying to consider backtracking. I'm trying to consider like ease, convenience when it comes to moving forward and this progressing through the story. Like I said, after Groudon and Kyogre awaken and head to the Cave of Origin, you absolutely can surf. You absolutely can surf back to Sootopolis, but what you call it, works, if, you know, you have fly right there. You can you can get there faster by flying than by surfing. Hoenn loops a lot back and forth early on. By that point, you'd get Flygon. Specifically, it'd be a help. True. You've got two choices for final Pokemon. Flygon to represent the desert, or Numel to represent Mount Chimney, both of which are new, unique locations. As far as I know, there isn't an active volcano in any other games. Yes, Gen 2, Cinnabar Island, it got buried in eruption, but... Yeah, no, Lord, you hit it right on... You hit the nail on the head there, so... I'm gonna go with Flygon. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Flygon, because it... Honestly, having a Dragon type in Gen 3 is better than is certainly better than having a, well, actually, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm just now realizing... Flygon against if Flygon makes it to the Elite Four, Elite Four, I say Elite Four. If Flygon makes it to the Elite Four, you have Glacia, which is a very bad matchup for Flygon, because 4 times weakness to ice. So that's a big yikes for him. But, and not only that, but right after Glacia, you have Drake, which is also pretty dicey for a Flygon. But like I said, I think Flygon would be worth. I think Flygon would be worth it. You dissing my boy Castform? Hell no. It's just that for Castform, you know, I have to constantly have. If I try setting up something like Sunny Day to get Castform's Sunny Day form, you know, Glacia has Pokemon with Hail set up. So I would have to, as soon as Hail is set up, I have to reapply Sunny Day every time she tries to set up Hail, and that's just like, I don't know. I don't think I would want to waste my. I don't want to try to waste my time, you know, reapplying Sunny Day, just for that, if I can avoid it. However, I do like the idea of adding Flygon to the team for the reasons I specified. So, I'm gonna go ahead and make the executive decision to add Flygon to the team. Flygon can also learn, or Kecleon can also learn Flamethrower and Thunderbolt. True. Honestly, though, I think I think Castform would benefit from Thunderbolt or Thunder specifically more, since Rain. What is it? I think Rain. Is it Rain that makes? Is it Rain that makes Thunder 100% accurate or increases its power? I think it's. I can't remember. I know it's Rain and Fly that alter how Thunder works. And one of those two effects applies to those two moves. One of them makes Thunder stronger, the other makes Thunder never miss. Thunder and Hurricane don't miss in rain and can hit airborne targets using Fly and Bounce. Okay, so yeah. Wait, so Thunder is 100% accurate in rain. Okay, cool. Awesome. That's what I thought. I was like, I know rain does something really cool with has a cool interaction with Thunder, but that's pretty cool. Alrighty, so here we go. We have our full Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald team, guys. Finally. Alright, so Flygon. And then, New environment. Desert. Yeah, new environment. Desert. Cool. Rain and thunder is the inverse of the sunny day solar beam combo. I mean, yeah, in a sense, yeah. Okay, so I actually have to use the latrine here real quick. So I'm gonna place you guys on a brief break, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, and you know what? As soon as I get back, now I start getting the notification that an ad is about to start here in a few minutes. Well, that's just fun. Let's see here. Flygon also works at, in my opinion, Gen 3 was when the pseudo legendary became easier to catch. Gen 1 had Dratini, and it was a pain to find. Gen 2 had Larvitar, and the same thing there. Trapinch was the first relatively easily obtainable pseudo, but this could be up to very poor memory. Flygon, I don't recall Flygon ever being considered a pseudo legendary. That was more Beldum and Metagross, but not Flygon. Flygon's very powerful, yeah, but the pseudo legendary, the quote unquote official pseudo legendary of the Hoenn region was Metagross. But yeah, let's see here. So okay, so this is the Metagross and Salamence. There we go. Thank you, strategist. That's right. All right, so yeah, so right now this is what we're looking at as far as Brendan's Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald team. I can't wait to see how exactly this plays out in an actual game. This should be interesting. Alrighty, so here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to duplicate this. Duplicate slide. All right, now we are going to do this as is Aura's team. Okay, Aura's team. So he still has Sceptile, he still has Minun, he still has Castform. However, the roster here is going to change because Oros has some pretty unique options here, right? So, first and foremost, we can get rid of Milotic because Cosplay Pikachu serves as the contest Pokemon, right? So, and again, that Pokemon does not have to serve in a battle capacity or in a story capacity. It can serve just specifically as the contest. Have to go mod another channel. Call me later. Bye, everyone. All right. See you later, Dad. Have a good night. No, my seed travel. So strategist, here's what I got for that, right? So, what is one thing that people don't really talk about when it comes to Oros as far as like new things, yeah? So, one thing nobody really talks about very much when it comes to Oros is the fact that Oros, when it comes to surfing Pokemon, they have unique sprites, and specifically, they have one Pokemon, one water type Pokemon who has a unique surfing feature, and that is Sharpedo. So Sharpedo works very differently than any other surfing Pokemon. Sharpedo is able to make you swim faster. And I think Sharpedo is the only water type Pokemon that does that. You can't increase your surfing speed with any other surfing Pokemon except Sharpedo. Sharpedo and Kyogre or two others. Wailmer and I think Wailord as well. Not the speed, the unique sprites. Yeah, no, I'm talking about both. I'm talking about Sharpedo, both in terms of the unique surfing sprite, but also the fact that Sharpedo, specifically Sharpedo, has the ability to increase your surfing speed, so you surf faster. No other surfing Pokemon allows you to do that, but Sharpedo does. So I'm gonna say we're replacing Milotic with Sharpedo. Oop, Sharpedo. Copy. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying, strategist. You're saying to put down the reason, like the reason down here as unique sprites. So yeah, I got you on that one. Torpedo, unique surf sprite. I'll also put fast. Excuse me. I'll also put faster surfing speed because that I feel like that's something that's very unique to this Pokemon in particular and to Oros in particular is just that. Oh, add. Okay. All right. Welcome back from the ad, folks who were in we're in the ad break. All right, so like I said, Sharpedo is going to replace Milotic as the surfer because of the unique surf sprite as well as the faster surfing speed. So next, we need to like I said, Latios or Latias has to go on this team. It's part of the story. You get Latios or Latias, right? And uh, one of these, either Flygon or Kecleon I feel like either Flygon or Kecleon has to go because technically the getting Latios and Latias is an overworld encounter technically, and it's mandatory. So yeah, one of these two has to go, and they both both of them have a good reason to both stay and leave. Since Brendan is most associated with Ruby, I specifically suggest using Latios for the image. I suggest Flygon gets swapped. Okay. Actually, let me see here. I'm a little bit since you brought up that, I want to check something out here just really quick. I'm not bringing up Minun to change it. Minun is still staying. I just need to see something real quick as far as as far as like encounter rates. Uh, all right, let's see here. Oddish is getting Bustle Minun in Gen 3. Okay. In Ruby, Minun is 15, but in Sapphire it is 2%. Okay, good. So, and if I was to go with Omega Ruby, if I was to go with Omega Ruby, oh, okay, they're equal chance. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, yeah, Minun is more common in Ruby, but in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire they are equally as common with each other. Okay, so yeah, since Brendan is more associated with Ruby. Yeah, I guess that's true because the what you call it, Pokemon Generations has him fight against Team Magma. So yeah, that tracks. Also, his manga counterpart is named Ruby, so again that tracks. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so copy image, delete. Since we don't need a flyer uh Latios serves as our technically serves as our flyer with the soaring mechanic. Kecleon and Castform technically fill the same role, type changing mechanics, even if Castform is due to weather. Flygon could still represent the desert area. Okay. All right, Lord. Cool. Thanks for joining in. After we get this all settled here, I'm actually gonna start ending the stream. So you're good. Thank you for chilling out with me this whole time. All right. Catch you tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. All right. Adios. You know what? For this one, I'm gonna put story encounter. Story encounter. There we go. All right, so because Latios fills the same role as Kecleon as a mandatory overworld encounter, um, I'm going to take out Kecleon, but we need to replace him with another Pokemon. What Pokemon should that be, guys? Oh, I think I know. I think I got an idea. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. So, remember how you brought up strategists that Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald had introduced very few fire type Pokemon? Well, I propose this time for Oros there should be a fire type Pokemon, but the fire type Pokemon is going to be Arcanine. And the reason why I say Arcanine is a little fun because Arcanine is a Pokemon that what you call it? Arcanine is a Pokemon that you can only capture after progressing through this far enough in the story. If memory serves, you can catch Growlithe after you stop Groudon or Kyogre, or excuse me, Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre from rampaging, and then the story says, "Oh hey, there's new Pokemon. There's new Pokemon that have emerged." Post Groudon, Kyogre, Rad Plant. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And not only that, but here's a fun little fact. Because Arcanine because the Hoenn region is based on Kyushu, and and like part of Kyushu is Okinawa. The Shisa dog is a very popular symbol. Is a very prominent symbol of Okinawan of the Ryukyu Islands, I believe. Hold on, let me pull this up here. Arcanine. So trivia. Origin. Yeah, so Arcanine may be based on the Ryukyuan Shisa or Koma Inu, mythical creatures that represent a mix between lions and dogs, who are often depicted with dragon-like features. So yeah, and again, Ryukyuan, so Hoenn, right? So that right there is my rationale for adding Arcanine to the team post Groudon Kyogre. And plus, it's fire. That's my fire type coverage too. All right, cool. There we go. Look at that. We managed to get a whole lot done. We didn't complete the framework, but we managed to make good headway. We got the canon characters done. And then we got like two versions of one character done. All right. I'd say that is a good stopping point here, chat. Yeah, and then we can let's see. What do I got planned tomorrow again? I forget. Hang on, let me pull up my schedule here cuz I completely forgot at this point. My brain is Not necessarily fried, but it's certainly winding down. Let's pull this here. Pull up my bulletin board. All right, what does this say here? This says Saturday, Pokemon reaction stream. Alrighty. So, since tomorrow is going to be a Pokemon reaction stream, mm, I can I can fit in. I can try to fit in some. I can certainly try to fit in some time to continue the project here. Mushy Professor Brain. Yeah, it's getting there. But yeah, like I said, for tomorrow's reaction stream, like I said, I can certainly fit in some time to work on the project here some more to try to get another character or two, hopefully two characters, because wow, we got another twofer to try to do because when we get to Golden Ethan, we have to do the same thing that we did with Brendan. We probably have to do the same thing that we did with Brendan. Is we have to make two different teams for the two different versions, the original and the remake. Maybe I don't think so because I don't think there's as much drastic change between the two versions as with the Hoenn games. So there might be some lighter work there, but I'm gonna go. That's where we're gonna have to stop here. Well, before we stop, I did want to share something earlier with you guys, chat, that completely slipped my mind before we started this whole thing. So give me just a moment. Let me make sure I got everything saved here. Okay. No, yeah, everything auto. I forget everything auto saves. Can we also do things like guessing the Canon Hisui farm Pokemon? Uh, sure. What do you mean? What do you mean guessing the Canon Hisui farm Pokemon? What do you mean by the farm Pokemon? Because you have a very compelling argument for three that you believe are canon. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So you're gonna have to explain what you mean by the canon farm Pokemon. Pokemon used to expand the Jubilife Village farm. Okay, okay, I got you. All right, I'm tracking. All right, yeah. I mean, you could always DM me that you could always talk with me about that in DMs. Yeah, because that sounds interesting. All right. So, like I said, before I end things here, I did want to I didn't want to show off something that I was talking about earlier before we got started with this whole thing. So earlier I was saying earlier that prior to starting the stream, I was playing some Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel, and I was in the middle of I had a rather stressful game, guys, because woof, it was very hurtful. It was very hurtful time, but I managed to pull out the win. And I did want to show that off to you guys because I think it was pretty neat. I did manage to record the replay. However, I don't want to show off the replay that I recorded because the recording is garbage, or at least not. It's not garbage. It's not garbage. It's just not as good as quality as I thought it was going to be. So I want to actually pull up the game itself, and then I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys the replay from the game, so you guys can see you guys can see what it looks like, in its glory. All right, let's see. Close that, and then all right. So I'm booting up the game right now. My last two messages with no context. Alright. Oh, the game capture is not picking it up. Hang on a minute. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's picking it up. Ah! I'm completely subsumed by the screen. Hang on a second. There we go. There I am. Okay. Alright, so Blue Eyes White Professor rammed his consumer. You know, it's funny, I don't even run a Blue Eyes deck. I like Blue Eyes White Dragon, but I don't run a Blue Eyes deck. Oh god, it's lagging. I don't think this thing can handle this game and the stream going on at the same time. Alright, we're gonna try to power through this. Alright, yep. It's okay, here we go. Alright, so most recent duel here. So this was my 6 Samurai versus a branded deck. And this branded deck was no fun to play against. I lie, it was fun, but man, did this guy make me work for my win. Holy shit, guys. Like, this thing lasted a total of 5 turns, but it felt like it lasted forever. Mech Knight Crusadia Avermax profile image. Yeah, honestly, it's only because there's not enough 6 Samurai stuff. So, if I could, I would replace everything with 6 Samurai things. So, all right, here we go. Hopefully the lag is not too horrible. Also, my avatar, I might be in the way. I might be in the way of you guys, so I apologize if I am blocking the view. All right, here we go. All right, this hand of mine that I opened was ass. Look at that. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's not the best. Like, he starts off here. He starts off strong. He goes ahead and summons Masquerade. Right? Does his thing here. Got Dramaturge, sets. My turn. Oh, volume dissonance? Okay, my bad. Hang on. Sorry, hang on a minute. I paused it. Alright, how's that? Alright, can you hear me now over the background? I took it a bit too far down? Okay, fair enough. Alright. Alright, how's that? Perfect? Alright, good. Okay. Back to the action. So, the fusion summons one more Masquerade. Alright. Then he summons Dramaturge. He gets his Despian Comedy there. Alright, now I can take my turn. Here is where the pain starts. Watch the big number go down. I summon my very soul! Legendary Lord Six Samurai, Shien! Yeah, look at that big number go all the way down. God, this was painful. Alright, I get rid of that guy. Okay. I get that. I summon Great Shogun Shien in attack mode. Then I synchro summon for Legendary Six Samurai Shien. Ow, ow. All right. I do want to point out my hilarious board that I always love to set up. I have Legendary Six Samurai Shien, Legendary Lord Six Samurai Shien, and Great Shogun Shien. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, all three of these cards are the same person. Like, as you can tell, these are the same person, and then this is the same person, but older. You ate your life points like they were a chocolate bar. Brother, that's not me eating my life points. That's me getting taxed, pretty much. I was getting double taxed with interest. So go attack the masquerade. That gets rid of one tax collector. Oh no, the tax collector's back. I get rid of the other tax collector. And the other tax collector's dead again. Alright, now my plan is to try to get rid of that spell card. Because look what he can do with it. He brings back the tax collector. So I gotta find a way to try to get rid of both the tax collector and the field spell. Alright, got rid of the tax collector. Alright, this is where I love using Gateway the Six. It's great. Here we go. I try to blow up the thing, but he uses Despian Comedy, so I can't do that anymore. But, however, I have a plan. I have a plan. So I link these two monsters to summon Battle Shogun. With Battle Shogun, I can search for Temple of Six. I use my gateway to get out my Kizan, summon him. Then use Cunning the Six Samurai to swap out Battle Shogun for her again. Use her effect. Tribute him. Boom! Popped it. Alright, turn 3 out of 5. He tries to bring the taxman back. I say no. You are not going to tax me anymore. He summons a monster and a face down. He tries to bring the taxman again. I say no. At this point, Shien is acting like a bouncer, trying to stop this dude from getting in the club. You continue special summoning despite the cost. You chose to eat your life points. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he pulls out the Super Poly. Credit Plant with a confusing name. But, what a fool he is! I still have my Mizuho to blow up the card. Oh, but he swaps it out for Despian Comedy. Okay. Interesting. That's alright. I still have a plan! I synchro summon my very soul! Here we go. Well, this is fun. I synchro summon for Legendary 6 Samurai Shien! And now I pay 6 counters to bring back Shien! The boys are back in town. All right, look at that. And just like that, I've caught up. The taxman cometh. No! You will not tax me any further. You stay in the fucking graveyard. I say no to your allure of darkness. Get out of here. And he scoops. I win. Oh, man. Like I said, this game was stressful, dude. I was having a good time, but also I was not having a good time at the same time. You know? It was just like that. It's like, no. I was not having a good time in the middle of it, but by the end, I was just like, man, I look back, I was having a good time. Are you here for taxes? Yes? Can't let you do that, tax man. Undead Surrendered sounds like a card's name. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so, ad here in 3, 2, 1. Maybe you're in the ad right now. But, as soon as the ad's finished, we're gonna finish up. Oh, you got nothing? Well, I don't know, because, the ad breaks have been on a weird delay here. I get a notification, and it doesn't happen when the timer stops, but it does happen, like, what? A minute after that? So, we're gonna give it a minute to see if the ad actually goes through. And if it doesn't, well, I guess we'll end the stream there, because, yeah, I'm getting tired, buddy. Ah, there we go. There's the ad. Ad break. Ad break, ad break. You should be. The sun is rising. Not over here, it ain't. Over there, yeah. All right. So, you guys should be back from the ad by now. Give me an up in the chat if you're back from the ad. All right. Left. Okay. So, there we go. Alrighty. So, I want to thank you all for joining me on this very long 7-hour stream. Holy shit. Was not expecting that. Okay. I guess I did have it in me to go to go this long. All right, wasn't expecting that. Cool. Alrighty, so I think what I'll do here is I will attempt to raid people. Let's see who's on, and let's see if I can remember how to raid. So we have we got our options of Nutmeg. We have our options of Tomoe Umari. We have our options of Mythic Duo, Blair and Umbri. And then we have Starcross, so it's Astra and Aura. Alright, so I think let me see here. Again, let me give me a minute. Let me remember how to raid somebody. Okay. Gonna go here to my the Dasher bird. Gonna go to the Dasher bird here. All right, let's see. Where is that? Here we go. Raid channel. Sort by. Following. Here we go. How dare ye, Twitch? Alright, so... Okay, so it looks like Umbri's playing some Repo. Nice. Ah, okay. Aura's playing some Petite Planet. Alright, let's go raid Aura. Yeah, let's go raid Aura. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna start the raid now, chat. All right. I guess when you get to the other side, go ahead and try to spam the hi emote, my hi emote. Yeah, my hello emote. Okay. All right. Counting down the raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you guys. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I guess it's there's already I guess there's already a timer in here. Oh wait, hold on. It says raid now. Okay, never mind. Okay, raiding now.